Good morning, everybody, here in Europa and online. It's a few minutes past 10 o'clock. We still see some participants entering online, but I think it would be good that we start. We have a full day, and our director, Jacopo Priscinotti, is here and will have to leave in 20 or 25 minutes. So I would like to give the floor to Jacopo to open this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Good morning, everybody, colleagues connected and colleagues here. Again, when I see this room starting to be filled up again, I'm really so happy. So I think we are now really in a fundamental recovery phase, and to have so many people attending physically here, but also all the colleagues connected, really gives me strong hope of getting back to normality very. You probably saw already the start for cost forecast that we provided last Friday, and you see immediately from the numbers that aviation and the path to recovery is becoming more and more important, and also with a faster pace. First of all, I would like to touch base on 2 or 3 very simple topics, because I think the journey and the experience of the COVID crisis, I think, has helped us a lot. The journey that we are undertaking to bring really aviation back stronger and more performing and fundamentally more sustainable has a lot of significant challenges that we need to maneuver. One is what I call this so-called single value chain. For too much time in the past, we've been keeping the things you see in front of you segregated or not really integrated to the full extent. We are managing operations, and we manage operations today, in 20 years' time from now, in 10 years' time from now, and the operations need to lead what are the business needs. And we need to interconnect them, of course, on what we need to deploy, how to plan, and what type of research and development do we need. And this is fundamental. It's fundamental. It has to be achieved to shorten time to operations, but really to deliver to the operations what is really needed. And the only way to achieve this European digital infrastructure for ATM is really to do it in partnership. And in partnership is not only a nice word to say we're friends. In partnership means to understand and respect the reciprocal needs of each operational stakeholders, but also to understand the various cycles that you have seen here today and understand how they can be developed very well together. And I myself, in the past, was in charge for my organization for the SIP LSIP cycle. I know very well how important it is. I know very well the work that you're doing, and I know very well that sometimes it seems also frustrating to develop a plan which is so complex and sometimes has not enough visibility. But I can assure you that, at least from the EUROCONTROL perspective, but I can say also from most of the operational stakeholders, the way that the SIP LSIP cycle is evolving in terms of methodology is really an asset for Europe. And it is an asset for Europe that we need to best use. Again, when I talk about all these value chains getting integrating among each other, it's happening, and I will show you how. But also what I think is happening is a big effort to go towards this unified planning and monitoring. What do I mean by that? I mean that Europe is rich of initiatives. We don't miss any time to launch a new initiative, but also Europe has a lot of difficulties, not only to get rid of things which don't work, but also to unify things. And for instance, as you can see here from this slide that you probably know better than me, we have a lot of planning. We have planning for the operations, from the network operations plan to the network strategy plan. We have the master plan, of course, with a different layer. We have the deployment program with the deployment manager, and we have all the innovation activities. And of course, we have the implementation of all the operational excellence improvements within the operational planning. I think the work that we started to do first inside the house is that it is fundamental that these plannings are unified, that these plannings are fully integrated, and they are based on simple principles. One, of course, they have to be operationally and business-led. On the other side, I think what is important is to use the best assets. And from my point of view, in terms of methodology, the SIP LSIP cycle and the way you guys have made evolved is a very good tool to be replicated and used. And I think in this way, we are probably, and for sure, in a very short time, going to achieve significant improvements also in the consistency of the overall planning, which, of course, will help essentially to shorten this value chain, and to integrate operations, deployment, R&D, and so on and so forth. Now, the next slide I wanted to show to you, it seems like a very complex slide. Most of you know about this, it's in our portal, but just to allow me to introduce a little bit the effort that we have been doing, especially in the last 2 years, to create this effective decision-making. You can have a great planning, you can have great cycles of work, but we are a network of a huge number of operational stakeholders, a very complex network. And if we are not able to decide at the appropriate level, with the right level of accountability of people, we will never succeed. So the effort to create the so-called working in a much better way, where the highest level, the network management board, the level, is able to take decisions based essentially on the operational and technological inputs. Again, here with the appropriate, let's say, chief operating officer accountability, chief technology officer accountabilities, and going down with the subsequent steps. This would not allow, if this was not in place, now it's in place, of course, needs to be improved, would have never allowed to be anywhere successful in terms of delivering the outputs of the planning, which is the most important part of the game. I just give you an example. We did not have the network directors of technology in the past. So there was no place anywhere where the CTOs would sit together, the guys who have the investment plans in their pockets, to decide essentially if to confirm, if to cancel, or what to do. And even more, there was no dialogue between operations and technology at executive level. With this, I would call it sort of little revolution in terms of decision-making. We managed really to fully integrate the executive decision-making and streamline down, still, of course, to be improved, to be even better, the decisions to the action lines of the working groups, but also bottom-up, bringing back the results. And again, in this cycle, the planning tools, as you know, are the essential elements to keep full control of all the different initiatives. Today at 11 o'clock, I have all the chair teams of the CEO level, the NMB, of the COOs and the NDTech, the technology directors, to prepare the next cycles in November of the end of NDTech and of the NMB. And you can see already that these people are fully committed to work in a seamless way. And this, of course, will produce valuable results also within this SIP-LSIP cycle that cannot be only a tick-in-the-box planning tool, but needs to be the leverage of the action plan and the monitoring of the action plans that we are delivering here. And, of course, connected to that, one of the biggest achievements we have had at the end of last year was this single work plan between Director of Operations and Director of Technology, which is, in one way, integrating the overall activities and leveraging a single implementation model of the space restructuring, of the operational excellence, the technology deployments based on the planning, of course, based on the SIP-LSIP, based on the deployment program, and so on and so forth. So, with all these examples that on one side work towards integrating the different cycles of the value chain and working to create an effective decision making, I would go to the what's in for you. I think what's in for you is, first of all, more responsibility on one side, because I think we will leverage more and more this planning tool to ensure the consistency in the implementation. On the other side, I think is a simplification on all the efforts to gather the different information, and also the alignment of the major institutions. We have here today the Cesar Deployment Manager. A very important effort has been done and is ongoing and will be done with the next phase of the Deployment Manager, not only on the content, but also to align the work program, the network operations, the network strategy plan, and the SIP-LSIP cycles in a much more robust way. And the other part is the CSAR joint undertaking, which is the owner of the plan, level 1 and 2, and is the one which, of course, we'll have to work strongly with all of us and with all the actors of this value chain to move the master planning to the next level. I will then go to the last bit, which is EASA, and I'm proud to say that in the next LSIP round, the EASA part will be a fundamental component of the LSIP as of October 2022 in the mechanisms here to ensure that the mechanism to monitor the regional aviation safety plans is also going to be integrated there. Again, it's a way to simplify, not to use additional means, but to make the best effort in the asset, which is the process and the way that the LSIP has evolved in time to ensure also simple readability, quick access, and usability. So with this, Danny, I think I said it all. I want to conclude by thanking all the ones that have taken the time to be either here physically or by conference. I see there's an audience of more than 200 people, so congratulations to all. And I really encourage you to push in the direction of this unified, effective decision-making, because it's the only way that aviation will succeed in the future. And I wish all of you a great success in the discussions today that I'm sure will happen. Danny, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions from the floor already to Jacopo on a few things he said before I go back to the practicalities for today, in the room or the audience? Maybe it's good to also remind for everybody, we have a hybrid meeting. Well, in fact, we have, if I counted well, we have here more than 50 or 55 people in Europa, which is really brilliant. But we have now at the moment 130 online, and so it's important to be aware of the code of conduct. So everybody outside online is muted by default. We have Q&As after each session. And at that moment, you can ask questions. I will really ask you to ask questions. You either use the raise hand function or use the chat. And then at that moment, it's the moderators here. Some of my colleagues will unmute you so that you can have the floor. Attention, you will be unmuted. You will receive a notification, which you will have to. That's the procedure in a WebEx event. So you're not directly unmuted. You have to agree that you're unmuted also. And then afterwards, when you finish, please lower your hand. Otherwise, we may ask it again, and you would have had your question. It's a bit the rules of how we work. Of course, for people here in the room, you raise your hand physically, and I will try to see everybody and give you the floor. Maybe if you go back to further on to now to the agenda. So my points at this moment would be the review and the acceptance of the agenda, which has changed 2 or 3 times, I think, over the time. But this is what we have in front of us, a very busy, filled up agenda with some coffee breaks online. Okay, thank you. Online for you, but here internally we have coffee. We have a lunch break where the lunch is served here outside Europa. We foresee to end the meeting by 4:30. I think that should be achievable. If there's a bit of delay, we'll see how it works. Practicalities also, you should wear the mouth mask if you're walking around, etc. But if you're seated, you can take it out, as we are quite far away from each other. We had a few pictures taken. We will not take a group picture. I think we're not COVID-wise. We're not yet there to do something like that. When we go in the break, you'll see the picture of your contact person, because most of you here, you have, you're from a state, from a national stakeholder, and so you have the picture, if you haven't met yet, with the contact person. There will be coffee pads that you can put in the coffee machine. And finally, and most important, this is really a meeting that we worked joint hand in hand with the colleagues of Deployment Manager. We have at this moment, we have Maria Grazia in the meeting here. We have 2 other colleagues from Deployment Manager, or 3, I may have miscount. We have Ramon from Deployment Manager, with whom he just told that he becomes almost the adoptive son of the team, because the last 5 months, we have worked more than day by day, many meetings to improve the tool, to improve the process. So it's really a hand-in-hand effort from SDM and EUROCONTROL to ensure And that's what I really would like, that at the end of the day, all of you are convinced of three things. First of all, double reporting is now finished. There's no double reporting to two entities. It goes through one way. Secondly, that you're convinced there's many changes in the process that were needed, and we'll explain them. And thirdly, that you know at the end of the day, if you say there was a few things I was not totally up to speed, you have the bilaterals with your contact person, you have the links, you can speak with me. So it is not at the very end of the day that you say there's still some things I don't catch. You surely have the opportunity on bilaterals tomorrow, next week, even already some in November, to speak with your dedicated contact person. Ramon, something to add on that from your side? Okay, thanks for that. The agenda, is anybody having any comment, wanting to change something? Not here in the room. I don't see any raised hands of the audience. So if that is not the case, then I think we should start on with the first set of briefings. This one is about really recent developments influencing your work, the LSSIP reporting. For that, we have Luca from the past. We have Bernd, who is also involved in the work on with partnership and deployment manager. Luca, you have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Danny. Good morning, all. It's so nice to have you here. Really, it's a big change. Okay, so this short overview is to brief you on what are the changes that you will find in this LSSIP cycle. So it is no surprise that the biggest change is the issuing of the Common Project 1 regulation. That replaces the Pilot Common Project. And that was issued in February. And as I said, it repeals PCP Regulation 716/2014. It amends Regulation 409 on the definition of the common projects. And this is the result, the outcome of a work that was coordinated by the CESAR deployment manager involving the ATM community at large, and that entailed the review of the PCP and for its revision, the review of the business case associated to it, and also therefore the draft text of the CP1. And you will find here below a link to the regulation. Now, but what does it mean practically? PCP regulation and CP1 regulation share the same definition of ATM functionalities, the same number of functionalities. And you see here in the center column the families that are associated to the various 6 functionalities. And on the right-hand side, the implementation objectives that refer to the DP families. And you will notice that there is almost everywhere a one-to-one relationship. This is not by chance. This is part of the work that we have done with the SDM to make sure that we align completely DP families and implementation objectives. But you will also notice that for AF5, the swim part, the numbers don't seem to match up. In fact, it is because the families, and you will see it later today, families describe a number of services, and we decided from the master planning point of view to single out each specific service with its own implementation objective to facilitate your reporting on the one hand, and on the other hand, to facilitate our own level 3 reporting. Otherwise, the elements correspond completely. You will also see that for AF6, there are 4 DP families that correspond to 4 initial implementation objectives. If you remember, in the LSSIP, we do not monitor initial implementation objectives, but for CP1 purposes, they need to be reported against, and therefore you will see then, and again you will learn today, that there will be a specific questionnaire addressing these initial objectives. Why they are initial? Because in the CP1 regulation, the 4 families associated to AF6 are conditional to an industrialization target date that is set at the end of 2023 to actually decide and validate whether these families will remain in the regulation as such or further described. CP1 regulation, as the PCP regulation, applies to the EU member states, to the EU airspace, to the network, and to selected airports. You will see, or probably you have already seen it, in the CP1 regulation, there are 3 groupings of airports depending on the functionalities. It also expands the regulation to ECAA member states, so Common Aviation Area, depending on bilateral agreements with the Commission. We know, for example, that Switzerland has already signed an agreement for the various functionalities, and the same is underway for Norway. But again, if you go into the more details of what does it mean for you when you will be reporting on CP1, so this is, what you see here is the relationship ATM families and implementation objectives as it was in 2020, therefore mapping the PCP regulation. And what you see here is the difference in the level 3 2021 that is reflected in the LSSIP. In bluish color are the implementation objectives that have been modified in one way or another, whether it is by the date or by the content or both. In light green, the new implementation objectives, and the shadowed ones are those that have been removed, either because included in the new implementation objectives or simply because overtaken by event, overtaken by the regulation. The work that we are doing all together for the LSSIP and the cooperation that we are having with the SDM doesn't date of today. It is a work that we started a few years ago. If you remember, already in 2019, and even before, I would say, we started with the SDM in comparing our 2 processes to identify where there were inconsistencies, differences, basically to check, to cross-check information and to compare notes to make sure that we would give a good information that was aligned from the 2 sides. In 2020, we pushed it even further, whereby we went into checking also at the level of stakeholder lines of actions in the level 3 implementation objectives and monitoring milestones in the DP to make sure that there was also consistent reporting, and where there were inconsistencies to try to identify the source of these inconsistencies. This year, we basically close the loop. We go in what we call the early partnering between SDM and EUROCONTROL. We start a single reporting from your side, meaning that you will have, through the LSSIP, now LSSIP Plus tool, the possibility to report once and report for the 2 reporting streams, the LSSIP and Master Plan Level 3 report, and the SDP monitoring view, which is the prerogative of the SDM. This is the result, the end result of a work that has started already early this year to make sure that processes, tools, and also the follow-up are aligned. I was talking about full correspondence between the SDP and the level 3 at the level of lines of actions, at the level of families and implementation objectives. And I just gave you here the example of ATM functionality 2, airport throughput, where you see a full mapping between the families and the corresponding implementation objectives. I briefly mentioned the early partnering. What does it mean? Simply, when we started this work, we decided that we wanted to go for a one CP1 monitoring. One CP1 monitoring, meaning that you will therefore report into only one tool, and the information will be used both by EUROCONTROL and SDM. It meant a streamlining of the process already from the planning view. In fact, we have been working all this year to ensure that the SDP and the level 3 plan 2021 were completely aligned. The descriptions are the same. If you will look into the description of implementation objectives and lines of actions, you will find the same description in the families, in the corresponding families, and deployment milestones. This year they are called deployment milestones in the SDP. That will, of course, reduce the burden for you to report and will avoid any possible inconsistencies. As I said before, it required an adaptation of our rules, quite a significant adaptation of the LSSIP. We hope you will find it easy to use. We think it is the work that we could do together is very good, and definitely it is an easy interface, even if, of course, the CP1 entails a reporting envelope that is quite big. The synergies that we exploited for the planning actually and the preparation for the tool will continue also in reviewing your reporting and therefore for the collection, but also for the analysis of the information. And therefore, we are sure that with that, we will remove any possible discrepancies. And this work in itself will lead into the new partnership, and you will hear more on the new partnership from Bernd Meyer that will give you some highlights on that just after this presentation. So while these that I announced to you are the main changes in the LSSIP for this year, there are few more changes that are listed in this slide. You will not find anymore an LSSIP level 2. Already the level 2 was only provided in electronic form. That doesn't exist anymore, even in electronic form from this year onwards. You will also find that, you know, that there is a correspondence between some elements in the implementation objectives and the NetSys tool. You will find that these elements have grown. There are more matches between stakeholder lines of actions in implementation objectives and NetSys elements. And also, one potential change is referred to use-space reporting. We don't have the ultimate words on this one, but use-space will not be done anymore as part of the LSSIP reporting. You know, it has a separate tool. It will be handled by a separate team, but we will know more at the beginning of 2022. I think that this ends my presentation. I would be glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Maybe what I will propose is that Bernd gives his part, and then the questions can be on the package.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So I would like to give you a quick background into what is currently going on forming this new partnership, to which Luca already referred. So there's actually not too much left for me to say, except for maybe the background. So you may have heard about this, that the mandate of the current deployment manager is going to end, and therefore a call for proposal will be sent out by the European Commission to find a new mandate holder and then award the mandate to a new mandate holder. And there, in anticipation of this, operational stakeholders, so airports, ANSPs, and airspace users, together with the network manager of EUROCONTROL, have formed a new partnership, we call it. We still need to find the definite name for it. So have formed this and then already wrote back in summer of 2019 a letter of intent to the Commission that this grouping of operational stakeholders and the network manager would like to apply or is intending to apply for the upcoming call for proposals. So that was then followed up last summer, so in 2020, with the high-level principles which were established between the partners in this new partnership. And that formed the basis for going ahead to define that we are forming a consortium between the operational stakeholders and the network manager, with the network manager becoming the consortium coordinator. So what is currently expected, and this is all what I can say today, is that the call for proposals may be issued by the Commission by the end of this month. So that is the dark blue in the middle of the view graph. So that then it is anticipated that there is time until the end of January to submit the proposal. This is a very short time, in particular if you see that there is a Christmas break in there, and that also member states' approvals need to be obtained by the members participating in this call for proposal and in the bid. So therefore, it's quite a tight time frame. In anticipation of this, we have been working with the partners, or all the partners have been working together in some task forces to establish elements and prepare elements for this anticipated call. So like a work program as far as it can be guessed, what we will find in the call for proposal. There is a consortium agreement, there is an internal cooperation agreement, an HR policy, a procurement policy. So this all has been drafted in anticipation. Then what we are expecting, for February and March, is an award phase. So then the framework partnership agreement and any specific grant agreements will be established, and that will likely lead to the award of the new mandate holder. So I also have to state here, this is an open call for proposals. So therefore, this is a consortium applying for it, but it is open for anybody to apply to it. So this means that the new mandate holder will be awarded most likely by the end of March, and that will then lead into a transition phase, which is foreseen for April and May, where there is a transition going to happen between the old mandate holder and the new mandate holder, and then it's anticipated that the new mandate holder will take over the full operation of the deployment manager as of June. So Luca has already referred to this. In anticipation of this, we have started early partnering, and I call it sometimes all early partnering plus, of which you are now really part. And I must be saying, from a personal perspective, I'm quite proud of standing here and saying these things and seeing what has happened, because in the initial phases I was involved as well in bringing this together, and I'm quite proud to see what has now come out of this, that the deployment manager and EUROCONTROL are working already now in anticipation of what is going to come in the future, closely together. And here, what you're seeing today is one of these examples. There is also on data link, ADSB, SWIM, and there's quite a number of others where there is early partnering already, where we are working very closely together. And then there is also coordination going on. There is the CNS advisory group, and also what Jacopo already referred to, and DTEC. So most of the papers going to NDTEC, so it is going first week of November. They are either coordinated or written together with the deployment manager. So that is already good signs for that we have a valuable proposal ready by the end of January to try and convince the Commission that this new partnership should become the new mandate holder of the deployment manager. That's all what I would like to say here to give you a bit of background and what we are foreseeing. Please note that these dates are still to be confirmed. So that's all we know for the moment. And we are hoping that the Commission call for proposal will come out by the end of this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernd. Thank you, Luca. So you have seen a bit what's happening, how we are adapting to CP1. And indeed, I can only say what Ben said. It's really early partnering plus. That's why we call it also the LSSIP plus. It's really working very fine. A lot of work, a lot of issues being solved. Just saying that double reporting is finished doesn't make it really finished, because you must make sure that our LSSIP mechanism is really fit for purpose for the colleagues for their work. So, any question from anybody? Is it the chat? Is it online? Is it from here? I'm looking if there's people raising their hand. And don't be shy, of course. We're quite on time. So while Bernd is here, you can ask any question you ever wanted to ask to him. I don't see anything yet. Always giving a bit of time. And I see one person, Barry Moyes. So if you can give this one the opportunity, you can. I think you can speak now.
Yeah,
Barry.
Barry Moyes here, Irish Aviation Authority. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. I think
Go ahead.
the second slide that Luca presented. I wonder, would you mind going back to that one, because I was a little confused.
And which was that? Which slide was it?
I didn't take the number, unfortunately. I think it was I think it was the second one he presented.
We're going back and out which one you want to see.
Yes. Go forward one.
So this one with the 6 blue boxes.
No,
right?
The next one, please, if you don't mind. Yes, and the colors.
This one?
Yes, can you explain again the colors? I just got a little lost with the meaning of the colors. He made an explanation on the colors, and it just went over my head a little.
Yes. So basically, this is. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So the boxes correspond to implementation objectives. And this picture is the comparison between the 2020 and 2021 level 3 plans. So each box corresponds to an implementation objective. The kind of bluish ones are those that are still in 2021, were in 2020, and you can find them in level 3 2021 and with some substantial modifications. These substantial modifications could be for the required implementation date. It could be description of lines of actions or both. The light green ones are the new implementation objectives that are the result of the publication of Common Project 1. So basically, most of them are, actually all of them, are directly related to the CP1 regulation. The shadowed ones are those that don't exist anymore in the level 3. So you will not find them in 2021, and therefore you will not find them in the reporting through the LSSIP, because they are either replaced by the green ones or let's say embedded in some of the blue one, or simply they don't exist anymore. For example, there are a number of areas in the CP1 regulation that were covered in the PCP but are not anymore in the CP1, and these objectives have simply been removed in some cases. And this is the overall view. Of course, then you will have a more detailed explanation in the presentation of Flaminia and Igor when they will present you today the level 3 plan and the changes that correspond to that, and therefore the changes that we'll see in the LSIP.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Indeed, everybody stay tuned. You will have this in a different form after the break by Flaminia and Igor further explained. Any further comments, questions on the briefing from Luca and from Bernd? I don't see any raised hands, not online, not physical. So I think we can go on then to the next subject, which is Ramon and Maria Grazia. Sorry, Maria Grazia will start, of course, speaking, and then Ramon. And I will further continue on what Luca said, the real solution to stop double reporting and ensure CP1 CISA deployment program monitoring. The floor is yours, Maria Grazia.
So thank you, Danny, and good morning, everybody. Indeed, it is a pleasure to have the possibility to be physically here with you today after really many months. Well, a lot has already been said by the colleagues, and even more will come during the course of the meeting. But let me further emphasize that the joint effort we performed together with EUROCONTROL colleagues is really a big step forward, and it was done for three main reasons. So the first one, of course, is to avoid to you the burden, to operational stakeholders, the burden of double reporting. The second one is still to support you providing a single entry point, well known and of easy access, where data can be injected and collected for different needs. And of course, one of the most important one is to ensure a consistency of data between different instruments, the European ATM Master Plan and the deployment program in particular, and the reporting and monitoring instruments like the deployment program monitoring view and the LSIP reports. So indeed, the SDM will continue with its tasks and mandate and will develop the monitoring view following our development and consultation processes together with all of you. And as usual, your support will be key to identify the gaps impacting the timely implementation of CP1 regulation, so that we can find really together the way to mitigate any emerging risk. As you know, we plan also to have a dedicated webinar, always with our colleagues from EUROCONTROL on the 16th of November, where we will further elaborate on this. So before giving the floor to Ramon and the EUROCONTROL colleagues to really go into the content of the meeting today, I would like to say once again that I'm happy of what has been achieved on the reporting streamlining, but also on other important joint activities that we are performing, from data link to IDSB to CNS in general. And that I strongly believe that this is just the beginning of what can be done together, of course, and always in your support. So have a good meeting, and Ramon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria Grazia, and good morning, everyone here present in the room and all of those who are participating remotely. My name is Ramon Raposo, and Maria Grazia, I have to say that I'm also happy of today. I think today we are, in a way, celebrating the big achievement of this finally uniform reporting cycle, because which is the fruit of the work that we have been doing together for the last months, which has crystallized in this LSIP Plus tool. But there is much more than that. There is the intangible effect of the two teams working together. And for this, I want to start by thanking, in the name of the SDM colleagues who have been working on this, and in my name to Dani and all the past team for all the good work that we've been doing together. So, Maria Gracia, you have already mentioned some of the, let me remark once again, this unified reporting cycle, which I think is very positive news for the stakeholders. And I think at the end of the day, thanks to the synergies that we can find together, it will be good news for everyone. Luca has already mentioned also the adoption of CP1, which is one crucial element, the starting point for the work that we do at the SDM. And basically, what I want to take you through today in these agenda points that you are seeing in front of you is how the SDM is planning to comply with the mandate of the regulation that we have, Regulation 409/2013, setting the CESAR deployment manager to be able to monitor the implementation of the regulation across Europe. As you can see, we will start with the monitoring of the implementation of the CP1 and SDP. So basically, we will start by explaining what is the CESAR deployment program. Then we will enter into the practicalities, how the implementation of the SDP is monitored. Then we will go into some special cases, because at the end of the day, life is full of exceptions, and the CESAR deployment program is no difference. And then we will continue with the bridge of the CP1 monitoring and the coordination of the self-funded implementation projects, which is basically bringing together the two very large monitorings that we do at the SDM, which is the monitoring of the self-funded projects and the monitoring of the overall program, concluding with how we are going to comply with, let's say, the end piece of this work, which is the elaboration of the SDP Monitoring View 2021. Its process, how we are going to consult it, and the timeline. So the final steps. So as I said, let me start by explaining what is the CESAR deployment program. It is a common reference work plan to ensure that local investments are fully coordinated and harmonized at the European level. So this means that it encompasses all information, roadmaps, references, guidance for the stakeholders. There is plenty of information there, which can be served as a primary guidance material whenever you are reporting into the LSSIP Plus tool to ensure exactly what is it that the different checkpoints that you need to fill in, the different deployment milestones that you need to fill in, what do they really mean? So there is indeed a lot of information, and this information was achieved after long and extensive process, work internal within SDM and then external with EUROCONTROL and with all the ATM community to consult the contents of this document and deliver it finally to the DG Move in July 2021. So this information is fully up to date. It contains very relevant information, which I am sure will be beneficial for you to have in hand when reporting. And well, it's available for you to consult it anytime you want. So what is the scope of the CESAR deployment program? The scope of the CESAR deployment program, in high level, is that of the Common Project 1, which Luca has already explained. It's composed of 6 separate ATM functionalities aimed at modernizing and improving the performance of ATM in Europe. So let me start giving a flavor of them with AF1, Extended Arrival Management and Integrated AIM demand, for a better sequencing of arrival flights and an increased predictability of throughput through better flow of arrivals and departures. On the airport side, on the ground, we have the airport integration and throughput to improve the departure flows, to enhance the airport performance through the airport operations plan, and increasing the safety, so safer and more resilient airport operations thanks to the safety nets. Moving on to the en route part, we have in AF3 the flexible airspace management and free route for a more efficient use of the airspace between the civil and the military, and shorter flight paths, reducing fuel burn and emissions. On AF4, moving on to the network dimension, we have the network collaborative management to increase capacity and the effectiveness of the network, integrating the network operations plan with the airport operations plan, and anticipating and resolving traffic complexity issues that might be identified. On the AF5, we have the digitalization pillar for building a secure, safer, and efficient infrastructure. So infrastructure for data exchanges on one side, and on the other side, the digitalization of the information itself. And then finally, in AF6, the initial trajectory information sharing, building the path to the trajectory-based operations in Europe. So this, in a nutshell, is the content of the CP1. And the content of CP1 in the regulation itself the regulation identifies the ATM functionalities that I briefly mentioned and 20 sub-ATM functionalities which the regulation defines as operational functions or services. But the CESAR deployment program goes into way more detail than the regulation, and it allows the SDP, the CESAR deployment program, to act as the unique reference for the CP1 related investments. So these AFs and sub-AFs, which are defined by the regulation, are broken down into 25 families of implementation projects. These represent the project view of the regulation, and it's aimed at helping the stakeholders to harmonize and synchronize their own deployment activities. So let me use one particular example, which is that one of AF2. You can see that in AF2, we have in the airport integration and throughput, 3 sub-ATM functionalities, and for the particular case of 2.2, which is the airport operations plan, is further broken down into 2 different families which have different technical content and different target dates. Luca has already shown, but it's important that we continue to show this message and the specific examples. On the bottom left, that the content of the families is fully aligned and consistent with the corresponding ATM Master Plan Level 3 objectives. This alignment is one of the main pillars upon which we have built this unified reporting for the stakeholders. And the last slide on the scope of the CESAR deployment program is on the geographical, because the CESAR deployment program does not only define what has to be implemented, but it also defines the geographical elements, so where these elements shall be deployed. In general, is the European Union countries, plus the agreement that it was already mentioned that has been signed with Switzerland. So depending on the specific of the technologies, the geographical of each family, the geographical scope of each family is defined either at country or at airport level. So let me start with the airport level gaps. So for the airports, their technical scope is mostly focused on AF1, AF2, and AF4. Depending on the geographical scope, will have its specificities with regards to which are the sub-AFs that need to be deployed in each of those major European airports. On the right-hand side, on the country level gaps, we have, as I said, the European countries plus Switzerland, and also highlighted in there, we need to monitor the particular case of MUAC. But the scope, the geographical scope of the CESAR deployment program and the CP1 not stop at the airports and the countries. We also need to monitor the implementation of the airspace users, the elements that need to be deployed by the airspace users together with the network manager. I will go into those details later on, but now I will jump into the next point, which is how the implementation of the SDP is monitored. So we have seen which are the elements represented by the CESAR deployment program, and now we see the how it is monitored. So I already mentioned the Regulation 409/2013, by which the SDM is mandated to monitor the implementation of the program and the regulation. There is another important article, which is that mandates the stakeholders to provide to the deployment manager with relevant information concerning the implementation of the deployment program. This allows the SDM to have a clear picture of how the implementation is evolving, where are we at this point in time, and which are the risks that need to be tackled in order to ensure full CP1 deployment in time according with the regulation. And this monitoring is done according to a concept which is called the implementation gaps. A CP1 gap is defined as a combination of 2 elements. On one side, the technical or operational elements to be deployed, which are the families, and the geographical location where they shall be deployed. By default, the major ones are airports and countries, but we can also have the airspace users as well as the network manager. These as, let's say, the big lines to be taken, but in particular, what does this mean? According to the scope and the provisions of the CESAR deployment program, the implementation gaps have been clustered into 5 major categories, which are, in this matrix, you can see on the left-hand side, on the rows, you can see the different families. So these are the technical elements to be deployed, and in the columns, the 5 groups of geographical scopes that we have identified, which can be the airport gaps, country gaps, airspace users, NM, and EU broad gap. This EU broad gap is one particular exception, which is because of the technical nature of this particular family, which is the commons between PKI and the cybersecurity in the European Union. There is no individual implementation to be done by the different stakeholders, but a coordinated one across Europe. So, which could be some gap examples that we could be talking about. So, for example, family 112, this is the aim and demand integration in one geographical location, Paris-Charles de Gaulle. Another example could be family 321, which is the initial free routing in Spain or in any other country, European country. 421, interactive rolling knob for the network manager. And one final example is 311, airspace management and advanced flexible use of airspace for the airspace users. So we've seen the gaps. Let's see how we are going to monitor the gaps. So to measure the status of each gap, the SDM, we need to monitor the status of each specific deployment milestones. The deployment milestones are defined in the CESAR deployment program, which I has already mentioned, could be used by you as a primary guidance material when filling in the tool. The different deployment milestones are aligned and are fully matching with the stakeholder lines of action. In the previous slides, we saw how the families were matching the objectives. Now we can see how the deployment milestones are fully matching the stakeholder lines of action. These are the two pillars underpinning the possibility to simplify the reporting in one single cycle. So what is important is that for the deployment milestones, they have different nature. They have different scope and relevance. So each one of them has been assigned with a specific weight to ensure that the progress is adequately tracked. Making use again of the same example that we did before, family 222, the extended AOP, you can see that there are 6 deployment milestones. When those 6 deployment milestones are fully implemented in one geographical location, it means that a particular gap is closed, is fully implemented. But in order to be able to track the evolution when the family is not fully deployed, we have assigned different weights to those deployment milestones, to those stakeholders' lines of action. These values can vary. Some of them can be as little as 10% when, for example, we have the data quality service. This is related to the accuracy and the integrity of the data, up to 25%, for example, when all the relevant staff is trained. Collecting the information from you, from the operational stakeholders, on the status of these deployment milestones and the underpinning checkpoints, because remember the structure is the families below the deployment milestones, and below the deployment milestones are the checkpoints in the tool, allow SDM to build a dedicated view per stakeholder. And this dedicated view per stakeholder also facilitates us to have a clear view on each of the gaps defined by the regulation. But how can you introduce or how can you insert the status of every of those deployment milestones or SLOAs? So you are invited to provide the current status of the activities and all necessary information in the LC Plus tool. In particular, you can make use of a set of 5 different status, which I am sure that to all of you who have been reporting previously in LSIP will sound extremely familiar. And for those of you who have been using previously the SDM monitoring templates will also be fairly common. Those are completed when all the achievement conditions have been met. Ongoing, when the activities have started but are still in their process. Planned, when the activities have not started yet, but there are plans to execute them. Not yet planned, when there are no specific plans. And finally, not applicable in the case that the relevant deployment milestones are not within the stakeholder responsibilities. You will also be invited to provide information about the expected completion dates of the milestones, and this will come from the underpinning checkpoints below the deployment milestones. And you will also be invited to insert and to indicate how the CEF-funded implementation projects being coordinated by the CESAR deployment manager are contributing or have contributed in the past to the achieved ongoing milestones. So there's been already quite a few information that has been presented, so I think it would be a good occasion to look into one particular example. And the example, we will use the same, Family 222 extended AOP, and in one particular geographical location, Lisbon Airport. So Lisbon is one of the 10 airports included in the CP1 scope where the extended airport operations plan need to be put in operation by December 2027. According to the provisions included in this Common Project 1 and in the CESAR deployment program, the stakeholders impacted by this particular implementation are the air navigation service providers and the airport operators. So to track the implementation progress, the monitoring activities need to collect data from both stakeholders. In this particular case, the decision has been made that both stakeholders have the same weight when it comes to aggregating the data. So for each of the stakeholders, we have the deployment milestones as they come from the CESAR deployment program, and in here, this data is just all fictitious. So, but this could be a positive example to better understand how it works, is that for each of the deployment milestones, there is an indication of the status. Could be completed, planned, not yet planned, or the ones we saw before, ongoing. Combining the milestones status and weights build the individual stakeholder view, which you can see on the right-hand side. So now we have a clear picture of how the deployment milestones are, how the stakeholders are progressing, and both pictures, combining the two stakeholders together, allow us to have a good picture in terms of completed, ongoing planned, or not yet planned situation for this particular stakeholder. We have already seen quite a bit of information for the airports and the countries. And to complement this local ground perspective, we also have the airspace users together with NM. So for NM, according to the CESAR deployment program, the network manager is required to upgrade its systems and procedures to enable the full implementation of CP1 across Europe. And thanks to the strict and long-standing cooperation between SDM and NM, NM will be able to continue to provide information about its CP-related modernization activities via a dedicated template. On the case of the airspace users, they are actively contributing to the implementation between AF3 up to AF6. The synchronization between the ground and the airport elements, as you can imagine, is a key enabler for the acceleration of the deployment and improving the performances. The data and information about the current and planned activities from the airspace users will be collected through also a dedicated survey. And with regards to the military users, we are working together with the European Defence Agency to make sure that we are able to gather all the relevant data. So all this information, the ground stakeholders from LC Plus tool, network manager, and the civil and military users will be combined into a single report, which is the SDP Monitoring View 2021, which will continue to be the key reference document and truth for CP1 deployment. I was mentioning the cases and the detailed questionnaires. So there are a couple of them that I want you to make aware of. Because in some particular cases, in some particular SDP families, and coming from the CP1 regulation, some adjustments had to be performed to better reflect the nature of some solutions. And such adjustments will allow us to collect detailed data and better reflect the implementation status. In this particular case, I have 3 examples to show. The first is extended AMAN. Extended AMAN is family 111 in the CESAR deployment program, and is associated, this particular scope, to a specific airport or the surrounding TMA. In the features of the family require implementation to be undertaken by all ATS units within a certain distance from the airport. So the scope is at the airport, but what we need to monitor is the activities on all the neighboring and applicable area control centers. For example, in Palma de Mallorca Airport, we will have to collect information from all those ACC units within 180 nautical miles from the airport, which means Palma ACC, Madrid ACC, and Barcelona ACC. On AF5, it has already been mentioned by Luca that we have another peculiarity. In general, the matching between the families and the objectives has been done at that level. But for the AF5 services, which means that the family from 5.3 up to 5.6, the data monitoring is, or the matching is done between the services and the objectives. Then the SDM will continue to aggregate the data so that we continue to be able to express information in terms of gaps, which means at family level. And one final example in this particular slide are the alternative deployment options. You will find several. In particular, for a limited number of families, operational stakeholders, you will be free to choose among 2 different options to comply with the provisions of the CP1 regulations. You are invited to indicate which option you are following, classifying the other one as not applicable. In this particular case, you can see for 1.1, where for the deployment milestone number 2, you can either choose option A to upgrade and use the local systems, or option B to use the NM stamp application. And there is one final exception that I want to highlight, which is that the implementation of DLS. You are probably aware that the SDM was entrusted by DG Move with the role of the DLS implementation project manager in 2016. And thanks to the inclusive approach and the strict cooperation with EUROCONTROL and with all the local stakeholders, the situation, as you can see in the map, is clearly improving. But in order to be able to continue to monitor the information so that the situation can finally continue to improve, we need to be able to continue to articulate the monitoring of DLS across Europe. And the way to do this is one particular questionnaire, which will be in the LSSIP tool for you to express the status of the DLS implementations together with all those initial objectives, which are initial for the ATM master plan, families, for the CESAR deployment program, to have the full picture of the CESAR deployment program and data link. One point before the last is the bridging the CP1 monitoring and coordination of the CEF-funded projects, because I think for a large amount of you as operational stakeholders, you are also perfectly aware of the monitoring that we at SDM do with regards to the monitoring of those projects which have received European funds from the Collecting Europe facility. This is a large basket, a very large basket of projects that SDM aims to support the operational stakeholders to make sure that we are able to synchronize and coordinate their investments. This large basket of projects means 2.7 billion euros from investments from the ATM community, with 1.25 billion of support from European grants. These projects, which are 341 in total from 93 beneficiaries across Europe, are clustered into 8 different actions, 2 of them which are already closed. And these projects are already delivering benefits and will continue to deliver benefits expected in the area of 12 billion euros until 2030. These projects are a live entity and they continue to progress even as we speak. And at this point in time, we have 197 already concluded projects across Europe. Making sure that we are able to, let's say, bridge both monitorings is a great opportunity for everyone. In this particular occasion, in LSSIP, there is a new functionality which will allow you to find a list of predefined projects to choose from. So when reporting at one particular deployment milestone, you will be able to indicate which are the self-funded projects contributing to the deployment of that particular deployment milestone. And this predefinement comes from the migration of the CP of all the projects, all those 341 projects, the migration that the SDM did in coordination with all the stakeholders and with all the implementing partners across Europe. This implementation, monitoring, and the coordination with the self-funded projects, bridging both worlds, is of great benefit, we believe, because we are increasing the quality and the reliability of the reporting information, because it enables to have full consistency and in full transparency with all of you. And it also facilitates your work thanks to this pre-selection of or pre-definition of the self-funded projects. So what is the last step of all this work that I have just defined? The elaboration of the CESAR Deployment Program Monitoring View Edition 2021. Since the first edition, these releases of the CESAR Deployment Program Monitoring View represented the single point of reference with regards to the PCP regulation back in the day, now SP1. Aggregating and summarizing this collected information provides several views to show the overall progress of the deployment. And this is done through several different charts, which in this case have been taken, the ones that you are seeing in your screen for the Monitoring View 2020, which, as you probably recall, is based on PCP. Hence, the data is just for illustrative purposes. But we trust that this document is well built and the information provided is really valuable to really understand where are we with regards to the regulation deployment, the common projects deployment, and which are the risks that need to be tackled. How we are planning to do it? So we are planning to do it elaborating, consulting, and delivering the monitoring view at the end of 2021, and we will start its elaboration after the data is frozen, which is the end of February. How we plan to do it is we will elaborate it at the beginning of March once the data has been frozen. Then we will consult it with the operational stakeholders through the SDM coordination platform. In this particular year, we will consult the textual parts, but not the data itself, because the data should have been frozen by the end of February. But you will have been provided sufficient means to consult the data and make sure that you can make any change if necessary. And then the final version production and delivery to the European Commission at the end of May. The elaboration of the SDP Monitoring View 2021 will benefit from two elements. The usage of the LSSIP Plus tool, so that there is no more double reporting for you. I hope the message is getting sufficiently transmitted. And on the other side, the transparent and constructive consultation process on the SDM consultation platform. So the combination of both elements, we trust that will enable the SDM and all of you, the stakeholders community, to build a reliable, up-to-date and detailed edition of the SDP Monitoring View, providing the European Commission and the whole industry a common reference on the status of the CP1 implementation. Just to conclude, I want to thank you all again, and I want to remind anyone who might be interested in continue to know or to have more information on how the data will be gathered and how the data will be put together in the monitoring webinar that the SDM is planning for the 16th of November. So with no further to do, thank you all, and I wish you a good day. Bye.
Muchas gracias, Ramon. Just a few words from my side before we continue with the question and answers. A number of you will have seen a number of new notions, the gaps, the deployment milestones, the CSR deployment program, self-funded, etc. It was something we did not have in LSSIP, but now joining forces, we have a number of new acronyms, which, by the way, deployment milestone, that's an acronym which is exactly the same like a stakeholder line of action. Ramon spoke in slide 34 about percentage. Some of you may say, but we have percentage in the checkpoints. We further come to it where it all fits together. Indeed, we have percentage in the checkpoints, and then we have different percentage now that will apply for the stakeholders, for the SLOAs, deployment milestones, and the stakeholders. Will be further explained. Ramon spoke also about a special case for AF5. That's why we have, after the break, we have the colleagues explaining on SWIM. Last comment from my SDM webinar on November 16th, we also, from our team, coordinating, so also this one is done hand in hand. But like Ramon said, they will also speak to airspace users, etc. Here we speak about those who are used to LSSIP, so it's a bit different, a different subset. But a number of these slides will be also used on the 16th of November. So far, my comments. So, are there questions from here to Ramon? And first one, I see Bart.
Yes, thank you, Ramon. One specific question, probably because I'm very deeply involved in CSR deployment from our point of view. You spoke about the possibility to indicate the funded projects when we are reporting. But what about the funded projects that were formerly related to some PCP elements that are no longer included in the CP1, I think in particular of PBN? Is that also a possibility to indicate those, or how will that be done?
Thank you, Arne. So basically, in this particular case, you will see in the afternoon when we go into the details of the tool that there will be one specific button which is related to the CP1 SDP. The items that have been identified or predefined in the tool, in the LSIP tool for you to pick from are those which are related to the CP1 SDP elements. So projects, for example, related to PBN will not have been loaded into the tool because at the end of the day, those are not elements related to the regulation anymore. But you will also see you will also get information on how you can, let's say, select other projects if you feel that the list is not exhaustive enough. You will have plenty of room to, let's say, to maneuver if to choose the project which you believe is the most adequate one.
Thank you for that one. Others, comments from here or online? I don't see yet any raised hands online. I see a raised hand in the floor, on the floor.
Thank you, Danny. Shvets Konstantin, State Liaison Officer for Ukraine. I represent here one of the states which is not deeply involved in the SDP, SDM process. I have a question with regard to geographical scope, which you mentioned before. You mentioned that in this process are involved 27 EU member states plus European Common Aviation Area Agreement state is Switzerland. But my question is, do you plan to extend in the future somehow maybe the geographical scope of the involved states? And I'd like to mention you that it is not only Switzerland which has ECAA with European Union, so there are more states which are also member states of EUROCONTROL. So do we have any plans? Maybe. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. In our particular case, in the SDM, we are fully monitoring what's in the regulation and the bilateral agreement signed by the European Commission. If there is any new country signing a bilateral agreement, then we will monitor them in due time. But this needs to be preceded, let's say, by the signature of this bilateral agreement.
And if I can comment from our side, of course, a number of these CP1 objectives have been extended to more than the 27 states. So we will monitor them through it. It is not there, let's say it like they are not used by the colleagues of SDM for making the monitoring view, but they are in the tool. So you can also say that some of the formerly PCP, CP1 items are applicable to you and that you are starting to implement, but it will not come in the monitoring view from the SDM, or at least not the next one, maybe years after. If that is sufficient, I'm further looking around and online. Nobody online. We have quite many people online, so that's good. Nobody, anyhow, you know that further some of these things, because a lot of new things have come into here and they will be further explained throughout a number of other briefings. If I don't see anybody else, I see it's 11:20. We foresaw 15 minutes of coffee break, which will remain. So I would say for everybody online and physically here, we start back 11:35. For those here in the room, we have the coffee cups on the left side, and so you can in the machine outside. So 11:35, we start back. Thank you. Okay, I think it's time to start again. The next briefing is given by two colleagues. Just some background information for those who know Igor and or Flaminia. Igor has moved recently to another unit in the agency, but he was, of course, the driving force behind the making of the Master Plan Level 3 Implementation Plan 2021, or we could call it the ESIP Plan 2021, as Jacopo was always saying. He was a driving force until before he left. Flaminia took partially over, so Flaminia will continue to lead the plan 2022. So there's two presenters for that topic. And here you will learn a lot about anything which changed in the plan, the driving thing for the monitoring and LSSIP, of course. I give the floor to Flaminia.
Hello, everyone. Pleased to see who is here. Pleased to meet you. And as Danny said, I'm Flaminia. I'm a new addition to the PASS unit. and I'm very happy today to be here and to present you together with Igor the new novelties, let's say, on the ATM Master Plan Level 3 Implementation Plan 2021. So let's first start with the agenda. I'll walk you through what I'm going to talk to you about today in the first part of the presentation, and then I'll leave the floor to Igor in the second part. So I will start by providing you a framework of where the Master Plan Level 3 Implementation Plan lies within the ATM concept lifecycle, then continue with a bit of a background on the plan and its contents, to then give you some more information on the news of this edition 2021. Then I will leave the floor to Igor, and he will take you more in details on the changes and also give you some information on the technical annex, which is also known as the engineering view. And then we will conclude as usual with some Q&A session. So let's start with the first item. Many of you might have seen this picture already several times. So I want to show you where our plan, level 3 plan, lies within the ATM concept lifecycle. So as you can see from this picture here, we have the level 1, the executive view. It spans from beginning to end of the cycle, from innovations to the commissioning. We have the level 2, which includes let's say, V1 from the scope until industrialization and standardization V4. And then we have the level 3, our level where we produce the plan and the progress report. In this phase, in this, let's say, framework, we include part of V4, completely the V5, the deployment view, and the initial part of operations V6. So that's where we work, that's where we stand here. But what is actually the plan? The plan, the level 3 of the European ATM Master Plan, is a roadmap of commonly agreed actions and activities. But what is the objective of this plan? So the objective is to guide stakeholders in the implementation of actions that are mature and ready ready to implement across the ECAC Plus area. As you can see in the timeline at the bottom of the slide, usually the plan is elaborated during the first part of the year. This year was between February and the beginning of August because, as many colleagues said before me, the publication of the CP1 delayed a bit the process and the publication, due mainly to the fact that we had to align to the CP1 and to the SDP that was published at the end of July. So we elaborated the plan until the beginning of August. In August, we had the PJ20 Work Package 4 commenting on it. Then the PJ20 approved of September, and then it was sent to the EUROCONTROL Provisional Council and SRJU, who both recently approved the document of this year. But now let's take you through what actually the plan is fed by and what are the outputs of the level 3 plan. So first of all, the plan is fed by several documents. So we have the SDP, as you might have understood until now. We have the CSR solution catalog. For this year's plan is the 2019, because the 2021 catalog was just recently published. And then we have other inputs, for example, the ICAO Global Navigation Plan, as well as the Airspace Architecture Study Transition Plan. Then the plan is elaborated, and it feeds, in turn, the 44 LSIPs that we yearly produce, as well as the progress report that Octavian will talk to you about afterwards, after me and Igor. But what is included actually in this year's plan? Let's give you some statistics now. The plan of this year includes 94 solutions in total that are in V5. As you can see in this first pie chart, most of them are from CSR 1, the rest from CSR 2020 Wave 1. The solutions are translated into 85 objectives, of which 74 are active and 11 are initial. Some of them you might have already heard about are from the AF6 CP1 functionality, because they're not ready for deployment. Another 5 come from the airport part from some SRJU solutions that were recently released. Then here on the right side, on the upper part of the graph, you can see how these objectives and solutions that are in the plan are distributed across the essential operational changes of the level 1 of the master plan. The interconnected network, as you can see, and the airport performance are the ones with the most objectives and solutions related to that, as it is natural, I would say. The one for swim related objectives, and the second one for the many airport solutions that are available. And then to conclude on these numbers, in the lower part of the slide, you can see how the objectives are, let's say, distributed, and the solutions are distributed across, let's say, objectives and solutions. So on the left side, you see all the objectives, the 85 I was talking to you about before. And on the right side, instead, the solutions that are not yet mature for deployment that will maybe translate into objectives later on. So to give you an overview then on the geographical scope we were talking about before also with the question. The ATM Master Plan Level 3 covers 45 ECAP class states, as you can see here. Due to Brexit, as you can notice, the UK was moved out of the EU states, so we have now 27. And it's important to mention, as Ramon mentioned as well earlier, that the CP1 covers the 27 EU states, plus Switzerland due to the bilateral agreement that was recently signed this summer. But then now let's look at what actually the plan is and what it includes. So most of you know that the plan comprises two documents. One is the, let's say, the printed copy of the document that you saw this morning, and most of you took a copy of, I guess, is available printed again, but it's also available online. And it's the high-level document. The second part of the Master Plan Level 3 is the technical annex. The technical annex, I would say, is the one, it's probably the most important document that needs to be consulted for the reporting cycle, the upcoming reporting cycle. Since it's huge, I must say, it's more than 300 pages. There is only a soft copy available, so you can consult it online on different websites and say on SharePoint, etc. But Igor will explain to you afterwards. But then let's go back now to the main document, so the high-level document that I was talking to you about before. And its structure. The document is comprises 4 chapters plus the annexes. So we have an introduction with the context, the scope, the how to read, what is new on this edition. Then we have the operational view, which includes all objectives and solutions in the plan. They're organized by essential operational change. And they, these operational views provide you information on, for example, the stakeholders that are involved in the objectives or the solutions, and also the impacted key performance areas. Then we have chapter 3, which is the deployment view. Again, is organized by EOC, but it provides you more details, I would say, on the single objective that is in the plan. Even though, again, more details are in the engineering views. And then final and last chapter before, let's say, the annexes is the Airspace Architecture Study Transition Plan, which includes the scope of the plan, but as well the links between the plan itself and the Master Plan Level 3 components. So now, what is actually unchanged from this year's, from the previous edition of the plan? So the overall structure is the same. The fact that we're grouping the elements of the plan into essential operational changes has not changed. And as well, the structure of the operational and the deployment views. What is changed, though, is the fact that the plan this year, as you heard multiple times, is fully aligned with the CP1 and the SSR deployment program. We added also a couple of new stakeholders for reporting purposes. We added a dashboard at the very beginning of the document. It's the very first page with some high-level statistics, the one that I showed you right before now. And then we announced a little bit the graphics and the look and feel of the document. So to give a bit more details on what is actually new, first of all, the alignment with the CP1 and the SDP. So the two documents are fully aligned for what concerns the regulation. They are aligned at family level, meaning at objective level, but also at a stakeholder line of action level, meaning deployment milestone level for this reporting cycle. This will allow to avoid double reporting for you stakeholders for this year and for now on. Here, a short, let's say, picture, let's say, that shows how the AFs and related objectives and families are matching one-on-one, besides the swim objectives that Luca and Ramon also explained before, where we go at a deeper level, matching at service level instead of just family level. And now the stakeholders that were freshly introduced this year in the LSSIP reporting cycle. So here you can see how the different stakeholders contribute, let's say, to the 9 essential operational changes. You can see that the NSPs, airspace user and airports take the first 3 spots of this chart, and the new additions are the Met service providers and the aeronautical information service providers. Not sure if the color is clear, but it's dark gray. So they belong to the interconnected network essential operational change, meaning practically all swim-related elements. So to conclude my part before leaving the floor to Igor, to show you the dashboard that is newly integrated in the plan on the left side. You can see it in the very first page of the printed document that you have next to you if you are here, and online probably if you are at home. And then on the right side, the new look and feel, if you wish, of the operational views. You can see that there are new aggregated charts where we show, for example, here the key performance areas that are impacting the different essential operational changes. So, for example, you have CNS here, and you have the contribution of CNS to the different KPIs on the right side. So thank you for now, and then I leave the floor to Igor to continue on this presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for me. So, hi everyone here and those who are online. I will continue with this presentation, and as Dani said, for me it is the last cycle of involvement in this activity. So from the next year I will not be involved, so I will not bother you anymore. Okay. I'll try to introduce you here high-level information about changes in implementation objectives in the plan 2021. In the objectives that you will see in your LSSIPs when you bring in the information and to report on them. Once again, obviously due to time constraint, this summary that I will show you here will help you to direct you, hopefully, where to focus your attention and where to look for further details that are available in our deliverables on our websites or SharePoints and in the LSSIP database, where you find all details. Here you see summarized numbers of new objectives, substantially changed ones, removed objectives, achieved objectives, where all in all, at the bottom of the slide, we see that there is going to be 74 active objectives in the Plan 2021, compared to last year when there were 53 active objectives. So you will see significantly more objectives when you open your LSSIP database. We start first with the group of new objectives, 41 new objectives that we introduced in the plan. Luckily, not all of them you will see in LSSIP because 9 are initial. So initial ones are not in LSIP for reporting yet. In the first group of 29 objectives, majority of new objectives is there because of alignment with CP1, meaning with CESAR deployment program and what you heard this morning about. These 29 objectives spread across ATM functionalities indicated here in these blue boxes. And over there are 4 initial objectives which are related to AF6. Then the second group, 5 initial objectives, they are related to Wave 1 solutions. And at the bottom, 3 active objectives. Basically, what you see in yellowish color are objectives that we used to have in the plan and in the LSIP. And we have adjusted them in the following way that COM10 became COM 10.1 and 10.2 to separate basic and enhanced AMHS. And 3 AOM objectives became 1 due to restructuring and changes in the SDP of this topic. Basically, for the new objectives, what I didn't say, for you in LSIP, it's a straightforward, let's say, what you can expect is empty entries that need to be filled in. So there is a lot of work, but there is no much complexity there, let's say, from the perspective of understanding what to do. Group of substantially changed objectives, 10 of them. First part is airport-related objectives, 4 of them. They have been changed in order to be aligned to SDP better. And here basically we see that, for example, AOP 04.2 now is reserved for non-CP1 airports reporting. So RMCA functionality, those who are not CP1 airports report in AOP 04.2. And there is AOP 12.1 objective which has been adjusted significantly, and over there is for all of those who are CP1. At the bottom, let's say we have airspace management related objectives and FCM objectives and ATC objectives, also changed significantly due to alignment to SDP. For all these 10 objectives, basically what is important for you as LSIP focal points and reporting is that they have new SLAs. They have existing SLAs that changed their description. So in this reporting cycle, these 10 objectives require some attention and work on them. Even if some of you had some objectives completed, they will appear in the LSIP database with the warnings that will need to be acted upon because of addition of new SLAs. When you report your situation on these SLAs, it can be that you remain completed or that you are not completed anymore, depending on the particular SLA that has been added and status of it that will be. A third subgroup is, so luckily we also removed something we didn't only keep adding. So we removed 12 objectives and we declared the 2 objectives as achieved. So basically, 12 of these 14 objectives you will not see anymore in your LSIP database from this cycle. Removed objectives, here you have the reasons why they have been removed. And the two objectives were declared achieved based on the results in the report that was produced. So according to your reports, these objectives have reached 80% stakeholders completion in applicability area, and then they have been declared as achieved. Two objectives from this group, which is ADQ and ATC 2.9, will remain in your LSSIP databases under dedicated tab, so-called ICAO tab, because they are linked to ICAO GAMP ASBUS that we collect information through these objectives, and for that reason they remain there for several stakeholders that have not been yet completed. Here I will highlight one, let's say, special case, special in terms of practicalities, how we organized planning and collection of reports for this functionality. It is Objective ATC 15.2 about extended AMAN. You see two cases here. Basically, geographical scope of extended AMAN in CP1 regulation, what SDP is interested in, speaks about airports, and let's say, as was mentioned this morning, actually in practice is not only about airports. Okay, so we have the CP1 airport that basically is listed in CP1 and that eventually will benefit from extended AMAN being implemented. But if you imagine that you put a radius of almost 200 miles around that airport, it includes many ACCs that are far away beyond that airport who actually are required to work on implementing this functionality and taking part in sequencing the traffic to make it work for that airport. So we have created Objective ATC 15.2 with airports scope, where we have all CP1 airports in applicability area, and it is visible to stakeholders with these CP1 airports in applicability area, and they report extended AMAN implementation functionality via Objective ATC 15.2, and this is objective that they see in their LSSIP database. On the right-hand side is ATC 15.2 bis, which basically is reserved for non-CP1 reporting, and it is visible to all stakeholders within this extended horizon 180 miles radius around a particular CP1 airport that can also, let's say, goes beyond the CP1 applicability or EU area. And those, basically in simple terms, in LSSIP, who are in applicability area of ATC 15.2 bis, this is what they see and what they report on. Both versions of this objective have identical SLOAs and all the rest in them. This is to facilitate a collection of reports and consolidation of the reports for the purpose of CP1 and for another non-CP1 purpose. Also, highlight for the objective NAV 10, PBN approaches to instrument runways. That functionality, so PBN is not in CP1 as it used to be in the PCP previously. So all references to former PCP have been removed from NAV 10 objective. because it was PCP-related objective in the past, we had 2 SLOAs dedicated to facilitate reports and monitoring at PCP airports for this functionality. Those used to be SLOAs ASP08 and 09 that we have deleted now. And basically, what it means for LSIP purposes. So those of you who had reported information in the SLOAs that have been deleted because you had a PCP airport and were reporting this implementation, to keep this information available in the LSIP, this information needs to be transferred from SLOA ASP08 to the SLOA ASP05 and from SLOA ASP09 to the SLOA ASP06. Last year, you will remember that us here, LSIP focal points, we worked on populating NAV10 information in your LSIP databases from the PBN map tool info that was available. And we have somehow last year succeeded in that exercise. So now information which sits there is normally equal to this one which is in PBN map tool. Update of any of that information from this year on goes again back to business as usual, regular maintenance of the objective by focal points in your LSIP databases. So that was about highlights of the main changes with some highlights of how they impact LSIP work. This is just one reminder. We have produced a technical annex to the plan, to the printed book that you took this morning here, those who participate in Europa Room. In addition to that book, there is this technical annex which contains so-called engineering views of all objectives with full description of all SLOAs, of finalization criteria, explanatory notes, and it can be accessed from different places while you are in LSIP database or on the website or as a PDF downloaded. Normally, when you open your LSIP database interface, you will see title of objective, you will see title of particular SLOA, but not more than that. Sometimes to answer efficiently, quickly or correctly to the checkpoints and to the questions in the SLOAs is needed to know a bit more about it. That more about it is found in engineering view of each objective. When you are in LSIP database on the page of a particular objective, in the top right corner there is one button called Implementation Objective Details EV, and if you click there, you will download basically that detailed description. And the technical annex to the plan is available in LSIP SharePoint pages as a PDF. All documents that you will see presented here today as our deliverables for the 21 cycle are available on EUROCONTROL website as you see here. So that would be from me in this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Igor. Thanks a lot, Flaminia. From my side, just to mention, you've seen all the changes in the plan, and some of you may have been involved in the PC consultation in which the explanation of the PC consultation was not totally correct. We've corrected it, so what Igor showed here is really what has changed. And looking to the changes, those of you who are common, who are in the process since a few years or since many years, they will see it's the biggest change we've ever had in the plan. And all thanks to aligning to CP1, because CP1 is also a new regulation. So there's quite a lot of information that you got through from both of them. In the meantime, I got a comment from Valerie asking about where Azerbaijan was in slide 9, and it wasn't there, but not put alphabetically. But I still see that Valerie still has his hand raised, so I'll give the floor to Valerie to maybe have another question. I'm just looking, he's still muted, and probably he just left his hand. In the okay, so okay, now it's gone. So it was just a hand left. In the room here or also online. Anybody who has a question for both of them? And I see Zal at the end. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. It's just a technical question. So we will be able to get a detailed report of the objective without go to the report page and extract all of this granularity from the objective. I mean, we can just push on the button. It will automatically download the detailed information.
Yes. So basically, when one way to get detailed information about one particular objective is when you are in LSSIP database. On the page of that objective, you click on that button and it downloads a PDF with complete description of that particular objective. Another method also is in LSSIP SharePoint page, there is a PDF as a book PDF of all of them together, which can be also opened or downloaded, if I understood correctly the question. Thank you.
And what about EATMN portal? You are talking about the SLOAs and so on, or the granularity of the objective. So it remains the same, but however, if we want to get some more or less detailed report of the objective, we should push on that button, yeah, or no?
Normally, as last year's, this year also, all objectives that have been approved in this plan 2021 that we listed here, they will be available in EATM Master Plan portal in working area, how to say. And they will behave the same as previous years. Over there, you can expand them per each SLOA, and also over there download the detailed description. So yes, all information about objectives that are in the plan is available and accessible through the EATM Master Plan portal also.
In fact, you can find all the detailed information on the portal, on the LSSIP tool, on the SharePoint, and on the website of EUROCONTROL. So the technical annex is everywhere, and so you cannot miss it.
Thank you.
Any more questions? I'm looking online, but also here. A question from the team?
It's not a question. I was checking the portal, the working portal, still yesterday or the day before yesterday, and it was still containing the objectives and definitions as the level 3 2020. So maybe Marina will tell us when it needs to be updated to the L321.
Yeah, hello, Marina here. If I may, the data set in the portal is still linked to the master plan level 3 2020, but we are working on the new data set to be uploaded soon with the details for the master plan level 2021. But you can find already the report in the download page, and we are now uploading as well the plan and the technical annex. It should be done this week normally.
So that's a bit coupled to the fact that all that we've been working, I saw even still some updates to the slides for something which was on the database yesterday evening. So some things are ready just hours before this briefing, and that part is not yet ready. So sorry for that one. Further comments? If not, and not online, then I think the next, remember what Ramon said, AF5 is a bit of a special animal. I think we all know it's a special type, the swim with many objectives. And we thought also, as requested by some from the satisfaction survey, I think, or the expert group, that we would have a dedicated briefing by 2 colleagues. There's first Pedro from EUROCONTROL and Magnus from Deployment Manager. Again, working together, and they will explain you everything you ever wanted to know about the swim objectives.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. And good morning, everyone, or good afternoon already. So my name is Pedro Fernandez. I work in the Information and Cyber Unit, and I will be presented together with my colleague, Magnus Molbeck from SDM. We are going to do a joint presentation on the swim objectives. It's been also a joint work we've been doing over the last many months, supporting the stakeholders with implementation of swim. And basically, we are going to start by just providing a quick overview of what is swim, why we are doing swim. Then we can try to understand what is in the CP1 and the implementation structure that is being followed and how this translates into implementation objectives. And we will conclude by going into the services themselves so that you can understand how the individual swim services contribute to the exchange of information in various areas like aeronautical, meteorological, and flight information exchange. So why we are doing swim? Basically because we are modernizing ATM, and as part of this modernization, it has been identified the need for further automation. They need to integrate all types of vehicles, the need for more flight and flow-centric operations, all virtualization. All this is about the sharing of information between organizations. It's about the integration of systems between those organizations. So SWIM is basically there to ensure an harmonized, secure, and efficient information exchange in ATM. So as a result of implementing SWIM, we should have simpler systems, lowering maintenance costs and integration costs. By doing this also, we are going to ensure there is a certain architectural flexibility in the system that we implement, so meaning that we will be more agile to future evolutions. And we are doing all this without forgetting that all this needs to be secure. And what is SWIM specifically? So that's the objective of SWIM. SWIM, as mentioned, is focused on the system-to-system exchange of information between the different stakeholders. It's using a best practice service-oriented approach. So basically, we are able to correlate the business needs to the technical changes through the service-oriented approach. We are doing an harmonized implementation by ensuring that there is certain common specifications implemented with SWIM. We are modernizing the technology. We will be using mainstream modern technology, and all this has to be coordinated amongst all the stakeholders. A key element of SWIM is the concept of service, and that translates also into why we have so many objectives that we are going to track as part of the LSSIP+. So basically, this is about the exchange of information between stakeholders. We do that via services. So basically, a services mean that an organization like you have to expose a capability to other organizations. So that capability can be an information that you have, like if we take it to the case of meteo information, you may have surface weather observations that you want to share with another organization, like we have the METAR format for that. So in that case, basically, you are exposing an information or a function. You could expose, for instance, a capability to validate flight plans. So all these capabilities are exposed over an interface. The interface is going to define the protocols and operations on how do you interact with the service. And this is all exercised in the frame of a well-defined contract where we are going to define the constraints and the policies that regulate that information exchange. So information service is a key concept of SWIM. And how do we go about implementation? Well, first we need to acknowledge that there are different roles. When you implement SWIM, you may be the consumer. That's a possible role you may have, or you may be the provider. And if you are the provider, maybe you have already a legacy system that you want to enhance to do SWIM, or you want to start an implementation from scratch. So basically, we need to acknowledge all these different scenarios. An important element with SWIM is that we are aiming for an harmonized implementation. So that means basically that there is still a certain set of specifications that enable us to do this harmonized implementation. We have 3 EUROCONTROL specifications that help you harmonize the description of your services, that help you in the information exchange to use a common vocabulary by having a traceability to this aeronautical information reference model, and by having a specification that defines common protocols so that we can enable technical interoperability. When it comes down now to the objectives, as you see, there is going to be an increase in the number of objectives. We go from a generic objective where we were just trying to define the implementation of SWIM, or as it was called, the yellow profile information exchanges objective. And now, as you can see also as described in the picture, we are going to a bit more service-centric approach. We are going to define 22 new SWIM implementation objectives with the corresponding 130 stakeholders lines of actions. But if we look in detail, actually, what do we see is that, well, depending on the stakeholder type, you don't have all these stakeholder lines of actions assigned, especially if you are a consumer. So it depends on the role that you have. Only some of those lines of actions are applicable. And anyhow, there is a common pattern that is applied for all the different services. So you are going to have for each of the services certain consistency. So in the end, it's not that much complexity. It is just a repetition, the fact that we are addressing the objectives and lines of actions per service. And just to highlight again the need for this additional set of objectives, or why we ended up with these 22 objectives. So basically it's because we are aligning now the CESAR deployment program with the master plan level 3. And actually, as many of you are already exposed already to the SDM monitoring exercise, this level of granularity was there already before. So it's nothing new that you are going to be confronted now. And basically, and just to reiterate the message, it's very important that we go at service level, because it's only when we go at service level we understand the impact of this technical enabler on the specific operations that it enables. So being service-centric, it is, I think, key to ensure an efficient monitoring of the implementation of SWIM. And now, just to illustrate a bit more in detail the different services that we have and the different information exchanges that we are going to monitor, I will pass the floor to my colleague Magnus to do that.
Thank you, Pedro, and good afternoon to all, both in the room and online. It's a pleasure to be here in person. I hope that more will join that in the future when this pandemic is over. So I think the floor is pretty much explained by Pedro here. So I will try to dig a little into the details of each one of these elements that needs to be reported on. And the first one is a very important one. Some would say the most important one, depending on who you speak with. SWIM cybersecurity and public key infrastructure. And what is very important here is that there will be 2 options from an implementation perspective. So there is an option A, where you will be able to use the digital certificate that are issued by a common PKI here in Europe that is being implemented now. Or you have an option 2, option B, where you actually choose to implement your own PKI. And that being the case, of course, when reporting, this needs to be very focused on this. I think Ramon already mentioned it. There is some special cases, and this one is indeed a special case when reporting, because already in the first master plan level 3 objective, the INF 10.2, the local PKI framework, as you see to the right part of it's linked to the milestone 1B. And here already you have to see, if you define local policies or you use the policies of EACP. So already here you have to take a decision also when reporting. So the decision needs to be reported here into this. And maybe because I wanted to see if I was awake myself, then there's a mistake in the slide. So actually implement own PKI is the DM4P, number 4 milestone. This is a milestone you only report on if you are implementing your own PKI, of course. So this is something that really needs to be focused, and I hope that we can get a lot of awareness on this because it's indeed very, very important. Moving further into the swim services that we are putting a lot of focus on, as mentioned by Pedro, the first family, as we speak of them in SDM regime, is called the family 531. We did on purpose not write this here to confuse you anything more, but it's about the aeronautical information exchange. So to the left, it's about the airspace management service. If you see the picture, the airspace management services. We have an airspace structure, an airspace availability service being provided already by NM. It's part of the swim registry. Good news from today also that it's actually in there now, ready. And to add on to that, there is also an airspace reservation service. What is important here is that NM is the central player here. They are providing the airspace structure and airspace availability. But the airspace reservation, the ARIS service, is actually the ANSP, who will have to become a swim service provider and go through all the steps that requires. To the right side of the picture is the actual AIM service, the Aeronautical Information Services, aerodrome mapping, aeronautical feature, and digital NOTAM, which all have to be provided by the ANSP or so-called Aeronautical Information Service Provider, the AISP, which most likely will be also the ANSP. But these are important to progress on. We really look forward to seeing the reports on this from our side. What is important here to remember that the aerodrome mapping service is not mandated for all in Europe to report on. It's only for those airports in the scope of the ATM functionality 1. And here there's a little overview of how it looks. As I mentioned, NM is a service provider, ANSP's AISP. And this table to the left is mean for you to actually understand what am I in this, because this can be a difficult thing to actually see what am I here. Am I a service provider, consumer? So it's important to use this. And I think, as presented earlier, the CESAR deployment program will really help in this reporting period. And then, again, you were probably all surprised about the big number, 22, the special case of AF5 and SWIM. But indeed, we have many services here. So each service has milestones underneath it to when you report it. So there will be some new focus here on SWIM here. Next family is called in the CESAR deployment program, the family 541. It's about the meteorological information exchange. And naturally, it's a med provider here, central. They will be the service provider. But there is some special cases here also. For example, as you see to the left in the drawing, there is a volcanic ash advisory center. Indeed, we actually have only 2 of them here in Europe. It's the UK Met Office and the Meteo France, who are dedicated and certified for doing that. But if not, it's the med providers of each of our countries that actually will be providing these services, and they are doing it at some extent already in some countries. So here the focus will be that we see the services for them implemented, but a very important focus that we need to see is also that actually the ANSP, or the so-called consumers of these services, in this case the ANSP, actually take use of the information being given by these new services. So they're used to receiving the information in different formats, in different ways, Now they need to adapt and actually implement a service consumption for these services. And there are 4 services. The volcanic ash mass concentration service is one of them. Airdrome Met is mostly the products that we know, the META, etc., that is part of there. The ENROUD is the ENROUD weather that is used for the ATC system, etc. And the network also, the network manager is also using special weather services here. Again, here there are milestones and objective to each one of these services. Family 551, here we're talking about the Cooperative Network Information Exchange. To make it easier, I would call them the flow services. So the information exchange with the network manager on flow basis. Here there are 5 services, pretty easy going. They're already implemented, part of the registry, the ATFCM Tactical Update Service, Measure Service, Flight Management Service, short-term ATFCM Measure Service, and Count Service. All of these will be provided by NM, as I said, and consumed primarily by ANSPs here. Again, here there is a little special case to remember, and maybe I should have put it also in the slide to actually remember, but actually this whole family depends on whether you have your own traffic complexity tool implemented in your organization. Meaning if you, as an ANSP, have decided you don't need a traffic complexity tool, as stated in PCP and CP1, then actually you can use the NM system to do that. They provide a CHMI solution for those who actually have no need. This doesn't help the SWIM implementation because there will always be a person in the middle having to do the manual input, where SWIM is actually looking at system-to-system optimized exchanges. So last but not least, flight information exchange service here. Here again, network manager is in the middle, and there are actually 6 services. So I would start with the top ones first: the publication, notification, trial, filing, flight data request service. All of these are so-called FFIs services that will be provided by the network manager. And then below there is an extended AMAN SWIM service. You might wonder, why is it here? Because we already talked about it in maybe a different ATM functionality, and it's true, but here it's actually a SWIM service that we're talking about. The extended AMAN does not only have to be implemented, but has to be implemented as a SWIM service, as mandated by the CP1 regulation. Here again, NM as the central player, with the NSP primarily as the consumer here. We have some exception where airspace users also are the consumer, especially with the filing service and trial service. And then the special case with the SWIM AMAN service, where ANSP have to become a SWIM service provider. Again, here you see that there will be milestone objectives underneath each one of these services. What is important is the deadline. CP1 deadline for all the families is, of course, stated in the regulation, December 2025, but that doesn't mean that we can wait all until 2025 to start implementing this, because exactly important it is to say that the service providers needs to be providing the service in due time so that the consumers also can adapt and actually start consuming them and become compliant with the CP1 regulation. And we even have a question slide. So please go ahead. We will do our best to answer any question.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Pedro. Thanks, Magnus. I heard Pedro saying that we want to modernize ATM, and I think we all want to do that, apparently specifically SWIM. There was a number of pictures you saw for the LSSIP of Denmark, and that reminds me for people here, of course, that you will find your LSSIP in front of the Europa room, your specific LSSIP of last year that you could consult, or from another state. And any questions now from the floor or online to both of them? on SWIM, on these many objectives. There, Sven Haller from ICAO.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sven Haller, Regional Officer from the Paris office. Thanks for the interesting presentation. I just have rather a comment than a question. When it comes to the flow services, based on our experience we have, I'm missing the computer flight plan service providers in the equation because they also play a pretty big role. It's not only the ANSP and the flight operations center of the airline. When it comes to the CFSPs, they also have to deliver in their system the proper functionality. We had seen that, unfortunately, with our colleagues from Estonia who have implemented free route airspace, and we're wondering why nobody is flying it, only to find out that one of the CFSPs didn't do the upgrade. And then everybody can do a lot in terms of the SWIM implementation. But I think for me, I just was wondering, why are they not there? Is there a specific reason for that? Thank you.
I can take that, Danny, if I may. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, and you're completely right. The CFSPs has a very important role as the airspace users. The thing about this is that we were only in this presentation mentioning the regulated, so they're mandated to do it. So the CFSPs of such are not mandated to do it, but indeed it makes sense that they actually implement the SWIM exchanges using the NMB2B. And I believe that many are using it also, CFSP, they're very aware, and our awareness also go beyond the mandated, because indeed SWIM, for it to become as beneficial as envisaged, we need to have all on board in this. So they're not forgotten, only in this presentation, because it was CP1.
Thanks for the clarification. Anybody else? And sorry, Sven, you're in my blind spot. Sorry for that. Nobody else? So perfectly clear for all. Then I would propose before the noon break of 1 o'clock or a bit later maybe, we will now look backwards. We always were looking forward, but of course your LSSIP, they serve to make your documents, but also to make the master plan level 3 report, and next year to make the monitoring view. So now over to Octavian, who is the master of the master plan level 3 progress report.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Danny. It seems I'm the master of looking backwards. And well, you've already heard several times today, this is a very, very important LSSIP event. There are many novelties, there are many substantial novelties, so this makes it probably the most important LSSIP event ever. Certainly it is the most important LSSIP Plus event ever. And of course, you can imagine this led to a lot of interest to have a slot on the agenda. Everybody wanted to have a piece of it. And well, the slots are limited. We even had to make some slot swaps. So Danny and the organizer had to be very selective about who has the opportunity to present. And as my presentation is about the master plan level 3 progress report, actually this slot was granted. I didn't have to do any convincing. I didn't have to make any plea, because let's face it, there can be no LSSIP event without a presentation on the master plan level 3 report. And for the more recent LSSIPers amongst you, you may ask why. Why does this guy say that there can be no agenda, LSSIP agenda without a report? And well, being in the home country of René Magritte, I can quote him and say, because this is not a book. This is a mirror. It's a magical mirror which shows not only how handsome the European ATM is, it also shows how good we are in planning, and more important, it shows how good we are in keeping with our promises, in keeping with our commitments. It is also a crystal ball. It's not perfect, it doesn't have all the answers, but it shows with reasonable precision how the European ATM will look like in 1, 2, 3, 4 years from now. And last but not least, it is a document which dares to speak truth to power. It's not shy to say that the emperor is naked, because, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes the emperor is naked. And the report is this, and much more, only and only thanks to you. It is you who make the Master Plan Level 3 report great again and again, year after year. So, of course, it can be no LSSIP event, which is your event. It can be no LSSIP event without your report on the agenda. So, after this short introduction, please allow me to introduce the best ever Master Plan Level 3 Progress Report, the 2021 edition. What you're going to see in my slides, of course, what are the novelties compared with the previous year? What are the findings? Yes, it is the best report ever. Can we make it even better? Yes, we can. And I want that the next one will be even better than the one of today. And then a bit more about our solutions, which have started to appear in the report some years ago, and they are becoming more and more visible. And of course, you will all have the opportunity to ask questions, but just don't forget, I'm the last one before lunch. So, what is new in the report? Of course, the big elephant in the room actually is the T-Rex in the room, COVID-19. There can be no report without mentioning the COVID-19 impact on the European ATM. Then CP1, you have heard many times this acronym today. CP1 is mentioned in the report. Technically, CP1 was not yet existing when the report has been compiled and when the information has been provided. But everybody knew about it. Actually, the text was already unanimously voted by the Single Sky Committee. It was frozen. So even if it was not yet published at the moment of the provision of information for the report, of course, it was mentioned by many of you. And another novelty, a bit more analytics. We are not yet where we want to be. We have a lot of ambitions. We are moving not as quick as we want, but we are trying to make it better year after year. So, the overall findings. The most important finding is that personally, I was not expecting a lot of progress, but despite the COVID, actually a lot of progress happened in 2020. We have 32 objectives for which at least one state or at least one airport has reported completion. Usually there were the objectives and the implementation which are very close to completion, which were really fulfilled during the 2020 report. We spotted some delays, but actually delays were for the projects which are about to start. But those which are really close to completion has been fulfilled. And just to quote some of the best performance of the years is the new PANS, is the surveillance performance and interoperability and AMHS. So you can see for new PANS, not less than 21 states have completed the implementation in 2020, which led us from 0 states 2 years ago to 28 states today. We have also noticed a much better use of the taxonomy, of the LSSIP taxonomy. This is why the current report is the best ever, because you have really improved the way the information was reported, and we are very grateful for this, and I personally thank you. And as I said, it is the best, but the one of next year will be even better. So yes, there is room for improvement. And as I also mentioned, we have already noticed alignment of the implementation plans with the CP1 dates, even if technically CP1 was not applicable at the moment of the collection of information, even if the report is based on the plan of 2020, and the plan of 2020 was based on the PCP dates. But everybody at the moment knew that the PCP will be repealed, so we have already noticed a transition between PCP and CP1. So the report happened really in the middle of this transition, and we expect to see the full impact of moving from PCP to CP1 in the next edition of the report. In particular, for the functionality used to be in the PCP and are not in the CP1 anymore. So, COVID-19. We have asked last year, we have asked you to provide us information in the comment field for each individual objective if you consider that COVID had an impact on the progress of that objective. And all of you have used this opportunity. We thank you, and we ask you to do it again this year. Because we have used this information, we have analyzed this information, we have a dedicated section in the Master Plan Level 3 report. So please keep telling us about which ways the COVID-19 pandemic has influenced the deployment. Based on the received information, we have tried to distill several impacts. And the most important is, of course, the money dried out. The most important impact mentioned by almost all of you was the financial impact. The money dried out, so the cost-containing measures had to be put in place, and of course this led naturally to the postponement of some implementation projects. Another type of impact, somehow unexpected, was the organizational one. So even if the money would have been there, which was not the case, it was very difficult to bring people around the table. It was very difficult to get together and move things forward. Because, okay, WebEx and Zoom, they work, but they do not work for everything and for anything. Sometimes we really had to bring people together. And last but not least, we noticed a change in the business environment. The business need was not there anymore. The traffic was not there anymore, so the urgency to deploy certain projects was not there anymore. So of course this led to the postponement of these projects. Just to mention some numbers, for 42 objectives, and you remember in the LSSIP of last year there were 53, so 42 out of the 53, COVID was mentioned by at least one stakeholder as a reason for delaying the implementation. In terms of the most impacted objectives, you have the top 10 on the graph. You see that 2 airport objectives are among the top 3, which is airport CDM and integration of secondary airports into the network, the provision of DPI messages, which is a bit normal because, of course, with the reduction of traffic, the pressure on the airports to squeeze a bit of extra capacity was not there anymore. So it's normal to see that the airport was most impacted. Now let's go into the detailed findings, and I'll follow the same structure as in the plan and in the report, which is the structure per essential operational change. And you'll see that each type of EOC has its own specificities. And I will start with the CNS, Communication, Navigation, Surveillance, Infrastructure and Services. This is a special type of EOC because it usually contains projects which are impacting multiple stakeholders, air and ground. There are the kind of projects which cost a lot and take a lot of time. So of course, this was the type of project which was quite prone for reprioritization, which of course is confirmed by the results. Many objectives are late and were reported late. But we have to go beyond the pure status. We have really to see the contextual information. We have really to see what is actually implemented by the states. And we see, if you go into the details, that actually, even if many objectives are late, the implementation is progressing. The implementation is bringing benefits year, day after day. So just to give you some example of objectives which, despite being late, actually are delivering as we speak. For 833 deployment, we see that 2/3 of the VHF assignments have been converted to 833 kilohertz, which is a huge benefit. And what is even more important, those which are the assignments which are bringing most of the benefits, which are the ACC assignments, have been converted. We see that for AMHS, the objective is late because the objective was grouping the basic and the enhanced AMHS, but actually if you look at the basic AMHS, which is the one bringing most of the benefits, all the states, all but one, have finalized implementation. The same for surveillance. Yes, technically the objective is late, it has not reached the completion threshold, but if you take out the NSP and the regulatory SLOAs, which are those which matter really to us, they are all implemented. The objective is late because of the state aircraft equipage, and actually it's not late because state aircraft has own specificities and they have a lot of exemption policies, so for them it will take longer to equip. But if you look only at the ANSP and the regulator, everybody is done. The same for aircraft identification. Yes, technically only 5 states have full FIR coverage and full FIR capability. But if you go beyond, you will see that actually en route, everybody is ready. Main airports, main TMAs in Europe, everybody is ready. Alpha 1000 is used as we speak now for 20% of the flights in the European region, which is huge. It's a big benefit because this means that 20% less discrete codes are being used. So all these objectives are delivering benefits, even if they are late. Next, you'll see is the one on ATM interconnected network. It's special because it's also bringing together a lot of stakeholders, NSPs, airspace users, airports, everything with the network manager in the core of the network. So here we had a very good progress on PEMS 1, which I mentioned earlier on. We see that we already see here the influence of CP1. You see there are many objectives which are labeled planned delay. What does it mean? Well, it doesn't mean anything because it's planned delay versus the PCP date, which has been repealed. It doesn't exist anymore. Because we see that people, they knew that the CP1 is coming. They knew that new functionalities will be required, new dates will be mandatory. So they already started to adapt their implementation plans, even if, strictly speaking, at that moment, the PCP was still applicable for a couple of months. From this perspective, as I said, we are in a transition phase between PCP and CP1, so we'll see better next year what was the impact. And of course, all these statuses will be recalibrated to take into account the new requirements. We also see that more and more airports are integrating into the network. I mean, AOP 17 sending DPI message to the NM. So here you say, okay, is it good or bad? Because this objective is also mentioned as one of the most impacted objectives by the COVID. And actually, both sides of the coin are okay because yes, airports which were very close to complete the implementation has continued and has integrated the network, while those which were expecting to start the implementation has postponed the implementation. So yes, it was an impacted objective, but also it made quite good progress. Digital AM and MET, here we have two objectives, ADQ and electronic terrain and obstacle data. Again, if you just look at the status, they are late. There are not a lot of progress for any of the two objectives. These two objectives are specific because they require a lot of stakeholders around the table, some of them outside the usual ATM world. So these are also impacted by the fact that it was just difficult to move things forward in 2020. But going beyond the status at objective level, there are important SLOAs which achieved good progress. You see, for example, for ADQ, 26 ANSPs have completed the SLOAs which are on the critical path for deployment, which is establishing formal arrangement between themselves on the data quality. So yeah, objective at all overall has not progressed a lot, but SLOAs, specific SLOAs, important SLOAs have really moved forward. Another observation on ADQ, as the regulation will be repealed as from January 2020, you are not going to find it in the plan anymore, but we have put it in the ICAO tab because we still need to collect information for at least one more year in order to fulfill the requirements for the ICAO GAMP. So you are not going to find this objective in the normal active objectives list, but don't forget about it, it is in the ICAO tab. So please keep providing information about ADQ. The virtualization EOC, here we have only one objective, which is dealing with remote tower. Actually, remote tower used in several different configurations, mostly for low and medium levels of traffic, used for the provision of services, for the provision of aeronautical information services, or as a contingency. And again, not a lot of progress noticed in 2020, but what we can notice is a huge interest for the deployment of remote tower. So we expect that in the next 2 years to go from the 4 locations which are operational now up to 22, so you see 450% increase. And actually the interest is even more than that. The interest is much bigger. We know that there are remote towers for which we are not yet aware and for which there are clear plans. So I expect that actually to go way beyond the 20 implementations in the next 2-3 years. Airport and TMA performance UOC. This is a very specific one because it has a very, very large number of objectives. We have 17 objectives in this UOC, very heterogeneous objective. You can see we have ATC, we have AOP, we have NAV, we have infrastructure and procedures, we have safety, environment. So it's very, very difficult to put all this information together and make a meaningful analysis of sea level. But what we can see is that the growth in the applicability of the, let's say, basic ASMGCS, so ASMGCS surveillance and ASMGCS RMCA, the formerly known level 1 and level 2. So the growth which we have noticed in the previous year was on hold now. Again, is normal, the requirement, the operational need was not there anymore, but we expect that both ASMGCS functionalities and basic AMAN to grow again in the next years once the traffic will come back, because the traffic will come back. We see that the interest in deploying local objectives is extremely limited. There is no appetite for deployment of most of the objectives derived from CESAR solutions on airport. Of course, 2020, because of the COVID, was not the perfect year to make publicity to the CESAR solutions, but the interest is, for the time being, not there yet. You see there are many solutions which are being implemented in one or maximum 2 airports in the entire EUROCONTROL area. And as I said, there are some PCP functionalities which were dropped from the CP1, time-based separation. Just to give an example, it will be interesting to see the evolutions of these objectives in the next years. Fully dynamic and optimized airspace is an EOC dealing with mostly with airspace management and flexible use of airspace. Again, an EOC where we started to perceive the impact of the CP1 because these functionalities are in the CP1 slightly different from the PCP and with different dates. So many stakeholders have already started to adapt their implementation plans to take into account the incoming, at the time, CP1 regulation. In terms of means of compliance, we see that LARA, the EUROCONTROL local and sub-regional ASM support system, is a success and is the mean of compliance, the solution, but chosen solution for most of the implementations. Flight message transfer protocol, which is supporting a fully dynamic and optimized airspace. It's almost implemented, and actually it was about time, as it is a technology of more than 20 years old now. And also we see that the free route is implemented. And not only that it is implemented at national level, but we see that there are more and more cross-border free route projects. And these are the projects which are really bringing most of the benefit. So yes, we see very encouraging development that free route is going beyond the national FIRs and is being implemented almost all across Europe in cross-border projects. Trajectory-based operation is quite a limited EOC, mostly dealing with safety net. And here we also see different levels of progress, but which are fully consistent with the other functionalities. Just to give you an example, we see that out of the safety nets objective, which is dealing with 3 functionality, area proximity warning, minimum safe altitude, and the approach path monitor, we see that the proximity warning is by far the most advanced, which makes a lot of sense because this is a very essential functionality for the deployment of free route. So they go together, so it's normal to see that a tool which supports the deployment of free route is more advanced than the approach path monitor, for example. In terms of STCA and TMAs, this is the objective which has been achieved this year. You may remember that for this objective, we were collecting information on two types of STCA. One was the, let's say, classical one with the linear algorithm, which was just extrapolating the state vector. The other one was for the multi-hypothesis algorithm. Both types of deployment have reached the completion threshold, so the objective is achieved. And we noticed that the multi-hypothesis algorithm was of interest only to very few very complex TMAs, which again, it matches our expectations. And the last EOC, the multimodal mobility, we have only one objective dealing with this, which is the IFR route for rotorcraft operations. This is an objective which is related somehow to the PBN implementing rule, but we see that the PBN implementing rule does not require the deployment of IFR rules. The PBN implementing rule only says if you deploy IFR rules, you have to do it like this and like this. So this, we notice quite a low interest for the deployment of this object, this EOC, and this low interest is mostly because the operation or the business need is not there yet. And frankly speaking, I don't expect to be there in the next couple of years. Now, room for improvement. Yes, it is the best ever, but let's make it even better next year. So it is already, we already notice a very, very big improvement in the quality of reported data. So I thank you once again. What we can do better. So with a very small effort from our side, we can have huge benefits in terms of quality. So please justify whenever you use not applicable or not yet planned. You can see that we try for each and individual objective to go beyond the status. The status is just a box and a color. We try to understand what is behind the box and the color. So we need this comment information. Whenever you provide us with more data, we are able to make a more educated analysis of what we put in the report. So whenever you have a comment, just use it. Use this field. You can provide comments for any objective. So please provide us with comments in order to allow us to understand what is behind the reported status. And in particular, if an objective is not applicable or not yet planned. Please check all the objectives. So even if objectives were set as not applicable last year, please check once again, because maybe something changed this year. Maybe this year the objective is relevant, or maybe the comment provided last year is not actual anymore, and you have to change the comment. So please spend a bit of time and check all the objectives in the database, even if last year they were not applicable or not yet planned. I would even say check even those which were completed. Maybe some comment changed. Please do not abuse the not yet planned status, because we use this information in a different way than the not applicable. Our tools use this information in a different way. So just to give you an example, when we assess the progress of an objective, when we check if a completion has been, if an objective has been implemented or not, we check it versus the states in the applicability area. We just measure how many states in the applicability area have finalized completion. And the not yet planned will put you in the applicability area. So just when we look at the numbers, if we have an objective for only which 6 states put in not yet planned, technically this objective will never reach completion, will never reach the completion threshold, because we always measure versus the number of states in the applicability area. So yes, not yet planned is a fully acceptable status, but not yet planned means either it's a new objective, we have not looked yet at it, so we have not decided yet, or we have decided we are going to implement it, but we don't know yet when. So not yet planned puts you in the applicability area. If you want to be out of it, just put not applicable, assuming you can put not applicable, because if something regulated and you're an EU state, then you have no choice. You cannot put not applicable. So this gets to my last bullet. If you're an EU state, check the applicability area and make sure that you do not put not applicable, because this is not possible unless it's an objective dealing with airports. And I'll give you some examples about how not to use our status. As I said, not yet planned, of course, it's a fully acceptable status for a new objective. So you may need a bit of time to make up your mind if implemented or not. And then if you decide, you may not know exactly when. This is an example for a state which says not yet planned and the SLOAs are under study, which is fully acceptable. The only problem is that this information is exactly like this, unchanged since at least 2010. I was not able to go further in the past, so the oldest was 2010. So if you study an SLOA for 11 years, either you have a PhD on it, but it's about to make up your mind and decide if we implement or not. It cannot stay for 11 years at least under study. Another abuse of not yet planned, it's an objective, a local objective, which is set as not yet planned with the comment feasibility study. And this is like this since at least a couple of years. And this is from a small state, from a very small airport, which doesn't have an AMAN implemented, doesn't have a DMAN implemented, doesn't need to have an AMAN and an EMAN implemented. There is no operational need. So the objective to called enhanced AMAN-DMAN integration. The moment you have no AMAN, you have no DMAN, the result is obvious, is not applicable. So just made the feasibility study for you for free. Again, mismatch between the status and the comment. An objective which is set as not yet planned, while the comment says the objective is not applicable to airport XYZ. Once again, not yet planned, puts you in the applicability area of the objective. So if this objective is not applicable, just set it not applicable. Also a wrong assessment of the applicability area. And this is a regulated objective. It used to be FCM 06. It's just an example because for the same state, there are several other objectives with the same status. The state says the objective is not applicable for state XYZ. And this state is an EU member state. And this is a regulated objective. Of course, I'm even surprised that the regulator has signed such an LSSIP, where the state declared that the EU law does not apply to them. Now a bit about CESAR solution. Actually, there is nothing new. We start looking into the CESAR solution information since 3 or 4 years now. We collect the information on CESAR solution through 2 main channels. If the CESAR solutions are linked to implementation objectives, then of course, the moment you report on an implementation objective, de facto you report on the functionally related CESAR solution. But we have many CESAR solutions which are not linked to implementation objectives. In this case, we have an annex, used to be Annex D. I think it will still be Annex D in the next edition of the LSSIPs, on which we're collecting information on this individual non-committed CESAR solution. I think we used to call them orphan CESAR solution up to 1 year ago. Now it's nicer, not committed. So we collect this information in Annex D. And then we try to analyze this information. And it's not only us, so the information we provide is not just covering dust after we have provided it. We analyze it in the report, and SJU has a keen interest into it. You see, they have even published on the LinkedIn. They refer to the Master Plan Level 3 implementation report as a source of information in the latest edition of the CESAR Solution Catalog, which was published some 2-3 weeks ago. So we use this information. Please give this information to us because we want to make use of it, and not only us, internally in the past, but also outside this group, people are looking into it, are using it. The scope of this exercise is the European Union, Switzerland, Norway, UK, and Maastricht. Last year, for the first time, we have included the CESAR 2020 solutions. In the past, in the previous years, we are only collecting CESAR 1 information. Now, for the first time, we have collected CESAR 2020 Wave 1. In terms of distribution, you can see that the airport TMA seems to be very popular with the SJU because most of the solutions are belonging to this EOC. So actually, if you count the objectives and the solution of the airport and TMA EOC, we have probably more than all the others taken together. In terms of numbers, we have 42 committed solutions, so 42 solutions for which we have an objective, at least an objective related to it. And as I said, we have looked into 55 non-committee solutions, 22 coming from CESAR 1 and 33 coming from CESAR 2020. So the 10% of the glass which is full, you see that there is some interest for all the solutions. The 90% which is empty, the interest is extremely, extremely limited. You can see for many solutions there are 0 plans, 0 implementations, or if there are plans or if there are implementation, they are limited to 1, maximum 2 states. And we can see that probably for the airport, for example, the only ones which are interested are those where the large-scale demonstrator took place. Now, as I said, we are collecting information and we want to make good use of it. So we want to feed the decision-making process. This information is very powerful, is very useful, and it has to be used. So the better quality we receive from you, the better analysis we can make, and the better decision can be taken by the decision-making bodies afterwards. So please check the content of the solution pack. This year, actually this is a screen capture of last year. This year will not be a Word anymore. It will be integrated into the LSSIP database, so it will be even easier for you to report. We are going to prefill based on the previous information. We try to give a short description of the solution directly in the data in order to help you to navigate through the solutions. If you have doubts, if you don't know exactly what the solution is all about, we also provide the link to the SGIU website where you can find what is called the solution data pack, which provides much more information. It has provided some contextual information, some operational scenarios and environment definitions, so just to allow you to understand what the solution is all about. Sometimes the name may not be quite straightforward. And please stick to the taxonomy. The taxonomy is quite simple. It's pretty much binary. Have you implemented? Yes, no. If yes, where do you plan to implement? Yes, no. If yes, where? Not more complicated than that. So please try to stick to it. Please provide, I would say, reasonable plans. And I mean a reasonable plan is a plan for the next, let's say, 5 years. Because, for example, you see on the first line, first of all, this reply does not tell us where it's going to be implemented, and then it refers to plans for 2036. 2036, I'm going to haunt you in 2036 if you have not deployed by that date. Let me have some doubts for plans for 15 years from now. So please, if you don't have plans for the next 5 years, better put it a no. And also, as I said, please stick to the taxonomy. Please tell us yes if implemented, and if it's an airport, please tell us where. Because if you only tell yes for an airport, I don't know, yes means the main airport of the country, all the airports of the country, what? And stick to, again, it will be easier for you to stick to the taxonomy because now it is embedded in the database. So it's not a free for all, but here you see an example where we said, the question is, do you have plans? And the answer is a lot of references to an EASA regulation dealing with the enhanced visual operation and the low operation minima. But this is not what we have asked. So I think, as I really have to move quick, any questions?
So you see, your LSSIP reporting is used for much more than filling in your LSSIP. It's used to make that book with quite some other information, and even the information we collected on COVID. We also got feedback putting it all together. Questions? I see Zal.
Octavian, thank you for your presentation. And as always, it was very precise and in numbers, and it showed the current picture of our current progress. So just one question from the legal perspective. Will be still available or able to miss the Annex 4 of our document? I mean, CESAR solutions.
As I said, the scope of the CESAR solution questionnaire is only EU Switzerland, Norway, and UK. Of course, if you want to provide the information, you're welcome, but by default, you are not within the scope. So let's say for the states outside these 30 states plus Maastricht, the provision of information is on request from you. If you want to provide, you're welcome, but by default, you're not in the scope, because this analysis is made for the SJU, and this is the framework for which SJU has asked for the information.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. There's somebody online. There's Barry Moyles, so if we can unmute him. Hello, Barry.
Yeah. Yes, hi. Barry Moyles here again, Irish Aviation Authority. I just have some questions regarding the not applicable and the not applicable and the no values when you're setting those values. And you mentioned about the taxonomy. I'm just trying to understand where parts of a regulation may be implementable, but not all, and it may not make economic or business sense to implement a particular part. So, for example, one thing I can think of, I know with one ANSP, I'm not implementing sending SSR code on the change of, in a rev message. So if I look through the regulation, that's technically a non-compliance. But I could count on one hand in the last 10 years the amount of times I would have changed an SSR code. So it wouldn't make any economic sense for me to spend many, many buckets of money, as I call it, when I'm dealing with ATM systems to implement that. So like, is that a no, or is that a yes, or not applicable? And if it's a not applicable, how would I go about clearing that?
Well, the answer is yes.
A yes, that I am.
Yeah, of course, you can not applicable. Actually, at the end of the day, if it is not a regulated objective, it's your choice. If you have an operational need and if it's beneficial for you, you implement it. If it's not, you don't. So it's a matter of local needs.
I think it's worthwhile to speak with your contact person on such a specific case then, indeed, to see what you specifically do.
I can come up with many specific cases, and it's probably too detailed for this forum, but I'm just trying to get an understanding, because when you go into the detail of certain regulations, you can see that to achieve certain aspects may require significant investment for very, very little benefit. And then that's outside the scope of this forum. I get
well,
that.
if it's a regulated one, I'm afraid that the choice has disappeared.
That is the argument that we're having internally here. Yes, I understand that. But my problem is I'm telling my director to spend many millions of euro to achieve something that brings no benefit.
But that's
and I know it's outside the scope of this forum. I understand that, but when I'm talking to my provider, you know, these changes can be expensive, but I cannot see a use case in our own ops.
I think indeed, if it's a regulation, it's a regulation. But I think it's a good case come with a clear topic and at the bilateral, which I think is happening in a few days with Nancy, and we can look at it. And if there's an issue about the regulation, we give it to the colleagues from SDM who might be easier. They can probably not interpretate. Don't get me wrong, but to give the good answer on that one. Okay.
Yeah. If I may, look at the Lotto speaking. I think that it's important that you as an ASP link to your regulator and discuss with the regulator about your intention to implement or not a regulated part, because at the end of the day, it's the state that is responsible to ensure that a regulated element is implemented or not.
Okay, Luca, thanks for that further clarification indeed, because the state is at the end responsible. Any further questions for Octavian here or outside? I see also Katal from Ireland is also giving a comment on that. Katal? Yes, Katal, there you go.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks. Danny, thanks for the opportunity.
But you have to speak a bit louder.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to add a comment to what Barry suggested already. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And just want to pick up on that last comment again. Going to the local or national regulator is absolutely correct, appreciated. But I think...
So, Katal, I have to interrupt you because we're all looking here. We hear you from the other side of the ocean. I think that's... we don't understand anything. Try again, maybe? Or put it on the chat. Maybe that's the best thing to do because nobody understands. That's better. Yeah, go ahead.
So I am so sorry. That's
no problem.
So many different settings. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm really pleased with the content that's been shared so far. I think it's an excellent presentation to date. I just want to sort of come in behind in support of my colleague Barry, particularly in relation to the last comment that we should go to a national regulator. The national regulator also economically regulates the ANSP. So on the one hand, we're saying you must implement something that has a significant cost, and on the other hand, saying we're cutting your cost base by X millions. So it doesn't align, I'm afraid to say, and I really feel that's a strong point that needs to get across. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for the input on that one. Looking further in the room, looking online. I see you still want a hand. That's Al again.
I will bother you for 1 minute. So the referencing, implementing the regulations for instance, for Georgia, we have common aviation agreement with the EU and its member states, and following the annexes of this agreement, we should transpose also the aircraft downlink identification and the SPI, and while making the assessment of the following regulations, and while we are really out of the core of, far away the core of the EU, maybe in our case it makes sense, and we are not planning to harmonize it right now and put into the force, and we are planning to, waiting for our neighborhoods to implement a similar one, and also this scope is quite wider, includes the 25 kilohertz channel spacing and CPDLC and so on and so on. It depends also on a state point of view how they will justify it on a joint committee or somewhere else. Thank you.
Yes, I can only confirm, as I said earlier on, if you're not a new state, you have the choice, and if it's beneficial for you, you implement. If not, it's just a matter of a national decision. And some of the functionalities, even if they are regulated, they may be very well of interest to everybody. So in this case, they will be implemented. If not, it will still be a local choice.
Okay, any further comments from within the room, from outside? Then I think it's time. We're over half of the presentations. It's time to finish. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope we can start again. I hope everybody liked the lunch. Thanks. And so it's 2:15. We're a bit ahead of, we're a bit later than scheduled, but we can recuperate at the end. We've had CP1 adaptations, we've had the plan, swim objectives, we had the progress reports, and now we are again, after looking backwards, which Octavian did very well, we're looking in front again, in front of us, what is new in the LSSIP cycle, LSSIP 2021 plus cycle. New, some of the elements, or many of them, you will have already seen through Ramon, where he spoke about what they require, and you will see how it's translated into our cycle. There may be other ones also. Veronique will really show what we have already and what's changed. I think we've read that you do it, so you will really see. You will also see that it's a different presentation. Everybody has a different way of making presentations. The colleagues from SDM, there's more text on it. For ours, it's a bit different. So that's the way that we work. I give the floor to Veronique and then afterwards to Ramon. What is new in this cycle?
Yes, good afternoon. So like Danny just said, I will here explain all the changes that have been explained this morning and that will be still explained later on in the afternoon, but mainly all these changes that have been received also from the collaboration with the SDM colleagues, the collaboration with the LSSIP expert group representative, and of course also the feedback we received in the LSSIP satisfaction survey and during the cycle last year have been referenced in the Bibles of the LSSIP process, which are the LSSIP plus working instructions and the LSSIP template for the Word document. I will also talk about the 2021 awareness webinar for newcomers. So the LSSIP plus working instruction package is a big document composed of 5 chapters. It is a review and update every year. And of course, this year was a lot of work to include in these different chapters all the changes and enhancements that have been implemented. And this package, working instruction package, is always available on the LSSIP SharePoint, but also an extract is available for the LSSIP Plus tool user guide. It's available directly in the LSSIP database. So the first chapter covers the LSSIP roles and responsibilities. So it describes the roles and responsibilities of the state stakeholders, the LSSIP focal points, the EUROCONTROL contact person, and now we have introduced the SDM coordinators and experts in the input of the data, the validation of the data, the production of the LSSIP document. And these chapters helps the organization. If there is any doubt, they can always refer to the document and to the other source of information, because of course the slides of the presentation today are also a reference to this. So this year we have also changed the data cross-check period, which replaced the in-cycle review period. So we used to have an in-cycle review of the data mid-January. So now it will be moved to the end of January, and the data cross-check period will happen in February. So during that period, the SDM coordinator with the SDM expert will check and validate the data for all the CP1 families for the EU states, MUAC and Switzerland, while the EUROCONTROL objective coordinator and objective users will do, like before, the validation of the data for the non-CP1 objectives for all states and for the CP1 objective for the non-EU states. And for all the objectives that are stabilized, that needs to be stabilized. We also have here the introduction of the, like we already explained, the surveillance CESAR solution voluntary, the CESAR solution implemented in the voluntary way, and the AFSIC DLS standalone questionnaires. So in that chapter, you have the clarification of the roles of the different stakeholders in the LSSIP process, and in particular, the main 3 ones, which are the national focal points, EUROCONTROL LSSIP contact person, and SDM coordinators, which are the ones coordinating the process and being the link to the stakeholders. So the national focal points coordinate all the work for the LSSIP Plus cycle, and they coordinate the data gathering for the LSSIP Plus and the production of the LSSIP Plus document. They are nominated by the states among either the NSA, the regulatory authority, or the INSP. The EUROCONTROL LSSIP contact person is the mediator between EUROCONTROL and the states during the full LSSIP Plus cycle. He or she works in coordination with the national focal point and other relevant local stakeholders. The contact person provides support, instruction, and guidance to the states regarding the tool and the process. So now the new role is the SDM coordinators. They will be the reference team for all CP1 related contents for EU states, and they will coordinate the validation of the SDP family data. During the cycle, they will work in collaboration with the LSIP contact person, and they will provide support and instructions and guidance for the CP1 stakeholders directly and through the SDM liaison officer. The second chapter covers the production of the LSIP Word document, and it defines who does what when. Here also we have shifted from 15 days to align with the SDM timelines, the freezing of the database. So the freezing will happen at the end of the month of February, on the 28th at night. Then of course, we leave more days for the production of the Word document that needs to be finalized by the 15th of April. We ask all stakeholders to stabilize the objectives, all the objectives by the 31st of January so that the data cross-check period can start. And the data cross-check periods will cover a period from the 1st of February to the 21st of February. But the SDM colleagues can also review some objectives that are stabilized before that date, so to advance in the work. This year, all unchanged objectives with status completed have been set automatically as stable in the database as default, because these ones need to be reviewed, like Octavian said, but may be considered as already validated. But you need to review to make sure that everything is still correct. So now we can see that in the chapter we have also the updated timeline and workflow for the LSIP plus cycle. As explained, we have been working very hard during the last months to prepare the cycle with the colleagues of the SDM and also with the colleagues of the LSIP expert group. We have also prepared the LSIP database with the enhancements, but also with the specific data from last year where applicable to be fed in the objectives that are still in the database. Today, we are meeting with all the stakeholders to share all the enhancements and changes in the cycle so that it can start. In the next few days, all the CPs will be in contact with their states during the bilateral meetings to clearly explain the specificities for each state. And then the stakeholders can start feeding the database, which will be open from today. We have sent an email for the coordination between the different stakeholders, and the majority of the states have already informed us either that they continue with only one LSIP focal point, or that they will grant access. They would like us to grant access to their stakeholders to input the data directly in the database. In parallel, we will also work on the Word document and prepare the initial drafts for the 44 states. And these will be made available on the LSIP SharePoint by the 15th of November. And then the stakeholders can also review the data and update the different sections in that document so that it is up to date. As said, all the objectives should be stabilized by the 31st of January, so that then the data cross-check period can start and the bilateral exchange on SDP families and master plan level 3 objectives. This will run until the 21st. Then we leave 1 week for the states to adjust the database so that it is all up to date before the freezing, which will happen at the last day of February. From that date, the data will be extracted to start the work to prepare the master plan level 3 progress report and later on the ICAO report. And of course, the SDM will work on the SDP monitoring view, the elaboration and consultation, and they will continue to work with the CP1 stakeholders. We will also continue in the Word document by finalizing the Word document and to reach the working level agreed by the 15th of March, so that then it leaves 1 month for the stakeholders to gather the signatures. And this year again, we of course continue to accept the digital signature, the PDF, the scanned copies. The aim is then to reach by the 15th of April the end of the cycle and to publish the LSIP document on the EUROCONTROL website and on the LSIP SharePoint. Then we have a chapter on which explains clearly the determination of an implementation progress status. Here we have also changes referenced regarding the harmonization of the taxonomy with the SDM and the fact that we will not give the possibility to use the late status anymore. This is important because this is linked to the regulation. We cannot have a regulated objective that are already declared as late. So all the objectives which had the late status in the database and which are still in the new database have been changed to ongoing. And even if the implementation date is after the FOC or target date. So these needs to be clearly detailed in the common text field and explain what has been put in place as a mitigation plan in case they are late. Well, they are not late, ongoing with a date after the target date. As well as, like Octavian said, we need also here specific mention if any of the delay are due to the COVID or not. We have also referenced the aggregated weighted percentage that will be calculated based on the SDM methodology. This will be outside the LSIP database, but will be available to the stakeholders. And this is only for the CP1 families. Currently in the LSIP database, it's only the arithmetic weighting which is applied. For the consistency matters and because of the LSIP plus the database limitation, there will be no possibility to use the overwritten percentage anymore. This was anyway a marginal use by some states. And for those cases that still need some clarification, this will be done on a one-to-one basis with each state at the bilateral or later on in the cycle. The third chapter is about the fourth chapter, sorry, is the LSIP Plus tool user guide. And here, and Ramon will explain all the new features in the database. You can see the list of the ones which are also included in the user guide. So the new feature in the LSIP with the CP1 filtering button, the SDP family services and deployment milestones taxonomy, the self-funded project tick box. We have added MET and AIS stakeholders to report. There is now the possibility for the SDM coordinator to address a change request to the stakeholders via the database and not only the contact person. And we have the standalone questionnaire, of course, and new warnings. So what is important in the LSIP cycle is to have good cooperation. And here, the stakeholders can always rely on the CP, the contact person, for their states. But also, they can reach to the LSIP expert group representative. Danny will explain later. And always, they can send an email to the LSIP support team inbox, where emails are always read by several persons. Another reference document is the awareness webinar for newcomers. It took place on the 12th of October. We had more than 80 participants, which is 3 times more than last year. And it gave an introduction to the European ATM Master Plan Level 3, the local single sky implementation reporting. The aim of the webinar session is to facilitate the LSIP-related work of the stakeholders, and in particular of the newcomers during the 2021 cycle. The webinar has been recorded. It is composed in 6 modules, and it is already available on the EUROCONTROL website and the LSIP SharePoints for easy reference. So now we can look into the changes in the LSIP document Word template, which is also embedded with a lot of guidance for the production of the document. They are highlighted in yellow and red in the template. So here you see the new layout design of the cover for this year. Because of the big changes in the database and in the process, we have tried to reduce to the minimum the changes in the template. So there are no changes in the chapter 1, 3, 4, and 5. In chapter 2, it's the data on traffic and capacity provided by our colleagues from the operation and planning unit of NM. And this year we will receive the full data set, including the capacity plans and forecasts, which were missing last year because of the COVID situation. The only changes, so in the Annex A and B of the document, there will be no changes. And Annex C has been updated with a full table with the links to the other plans. And now we have the changes that we already addressed before. The fact that the CESAR solution implemented in a voluntary way questionnaire, which used to be in the Word document, and the surveillance data questionnaire, which was also in the annex of the LSIP Word document, are now directly in the LSIP Plus database. They will be pre-filled with the data where we have them from last year in the database, but as it's not yet totally developed, this will be done during the course of the month of November. And these annexes, of course, are always put in the LSIP Word document if the state agrees. So here you have a summary of the important changes of the deadlines for the production of the LSIP Word document. So the importance of the freezing of the database on the 20th of February, because of course we will start extracting the data from the database to insert the information in the Word document for the chapter 3 on projects and the chapter 5 on the objective, but also all the graphics and tables. Then the working level agreed document shall be reached by the 15th of March, and the signed final document shall be reached by the 15th of April. From then, the PDF will be published on the EUROCONTROL website and the LSIP SharePoint. And as explained before, for this cycle, for the production of the paper documents, we have listened to the inputs from the stakeholders in the satisfaction survey, and also listen to the EUROCONTROL policy on environment. So we will not prepare LSIP level 2 PDF document, but this will be available directly on the form of extractions. And the former level 1, which is now the LSIP document, will be published in PDF and not printed automatically, but only at the request of the state. So the conclusion for this presentation is the request of our stakeholders and the collaboration with our colleagues of SDM and the LSIP expert group are the driving force for the changes. The effort for the states is reduced to the minimum, full support of EUROCONTROL PASS team. There is minor changes in the LSIP template, and the changes in the timeline and in the database to take on board the SDP CP1 input and output of the data have been developed. All reference in the working instructions, and this includes the new feature in the database that will be explained later by Ramon and Marina. But also, you will have specific information on your state during the bilateral meetings with your contact person. And here is the question time.
Maybe I propose now that Ramon comes with his 5-6 slides, which also fit with that, and then we go Q&A for the totality.
Hello everyone again. Indeed, 4 or 5 slides, not that many. which are just basically aimed at landing the main notion of how we will conduct the monitoring of the CP1 and the SDP actually into the tool. What will be different into the tool with regards to the CP1 and the CESAR deployment program? So first, to ensure that the activities linked to the regulation CP1 and the CESAR deployment program are easily manageable on the LC+, the taxonomy that we generally use in the CESAR deployment program has been brought down into the tool. So on one side, we have, remember, the matching, families, and the objectives, both clearly shown in the tool and both clearly referenced with the codes and titles and numbering of both elements, family 221 for airport operations plan and objective AOP 11.1 from ATM Master Plan Level 3. On the other side, thanks to the alignment between both plannings, every deployment milestone has a corresponding SLOA. We already saw that in the morning. And you can see how they are matching also in the screen. And finally, we have also inserted codes and names for each of the deployment milestones so that these codes can easily guide you at which point in time or in which particular deployment milestone you are reporting. So if you look at that one, the training, you can see SDP, all right, coming from the CESAR deployment program, 221, the reference to the family number, ASP, a 3-letter code for each of the stakeholder category, and DM4. This is the deployment milestone 4 established in the CESAR deployment program. That together with the corresponding matching objective. The other element is about filtering which are the elements which are regulated. So CP1/SDP. For this, we have introduced one particular button, which someone mentioned to me the other day, which is where the magic happens, which basically filters down all the active objectives into those which fall under the remit of CP1 and SDP based on the technical and the geographical scope. You can see one particular case, if I may use the example for Belgium. So you will have all the objectives, 65 entries into the tool, whereas if you click on the CP1 SDP button, you will have only those objectives which are regulated. And this, in this particular case, the filtering happens from the technical nature of the elements. But for those countries which might be in or out the European Union, the same logic will apply, which is the filter is both technical and both geographical. The projects that I also mentioned that we discussed briefly this morning about these SDM coordinated projects linked to CP1 elements, which receive funds from the Connecting Euro facility, so EU grants. You have the possibility to link, to make the connection between these projects and the SDP families that you are reporting in LSIP. This means for each deployment milestone or corresponding SLOA, you have the to tick a box if the implementation is CEF funds. So you can see there, please bear in mind the codes that I mentioned, OM 21.2 and in the bottom SDP 321. This is because, as I mentioned in my first slide, there is correspondence and there are both codes being shown up for each of the deployment milestones. So if you decide that, yeah, indeed, this implementation is supported with CEF funds, so you simply need to tick in the box. And in that particular case, you will see a list, a drop-down list of predefined CEF-funded projects which are under the coordination from the SDM. These projects are all of those that we identified, that the SDM identified and consulted with all the operational stakeholders to make sure that we were framing correctly all the awarded projects which had been awarded under the frame of the PCP to make sure that they are correctly framed into CP1. To allow further flexibility, because we have predefined, we have, let's say, uploaded this predefined list to facilitate your work, but this doesn't mean that you are fully constrained to all of those. You can also select some other projects in case you believe that the list is not exhaustive enough. This will, let's say, trigger a review process from the SDM in line with what was described by Veronique. And then also the questionnaire or the survey on the data link implementation across Europe, together with the initial objectives from AF6, the trajectory-based operations. In this single place, on the top, you can see DLS SDP AF6. You will find all the questions and inquiries which concern the status of the data link operation, the technical readiness, broken down for all communication service providers, LOF and NAN services, requirement for future plans for implementation of ADSC EPP, and future plans for the initial trajectory information sharing ground distribution. I am aware of the good work that some of the colleagues here in EUROCONTROL and also in the SDM have done in trying to pre-fill as much as possible with information coming from previous years, so that you need to review, see what's new, and update us accordingly. But basically, the effort to pre-fill was to facilitate your work as much as possible. And then finally, this is a mock-up. It's a proof of concept of what will be shown in the LSSIP Plus Analytics tab. Before we enter into the content, let me retrieve something that I mentioned this morning, which was when the SDM will consult the SESAR Deployment Program Monitoring View 2021 through the SAP coordination platform, consultation platform from SDM. This consultation will not include the data itself, because the data needs to be frozen by the end of February. What we will do, though, to make sure that no one is surprised by the output that this monitoring view will present, is that you will have the chance to see what the output is going to be based on the input that you have done in the tool. So, for you to check the outcomes of the data that you have inserted with regards to the CP1 activities, all these calculations and data aggregation will be performed on the basis of your data and the data aggregation that I also explained in the morning. This will be ready at some point, we hope, in principle, around January. It's not ready yet, but the information is also not ready yet. So hopefully you will be able to take some time to see how the output will look like based on the information that you have inserted. So that then when we enter into the consultation cycle, the data output is known to everybody. And this brings to the last part of my presentation, and before I hand it over to Marina, I think it's time for questions, if any.
Indeed. So you've seen in quite a rough tempo all the changes which were already set somehow before, not all of them. There's a lot changing, and the tool is even coming afterwards. The last slide is basically about the tool, so Marina will again come with the same things. But what are your questions about what is all in front of us and is changing? I had one question already online, and I just can to somebody who was asking how to get access to the SharePoint, and that's quite straightforward. Either you ask your focal point, but you can simply, you send an email to lsip.support@eurocontrol.int, because it may mean you need to have access to one Sky or not. Any case is different, so simply send an email saying, I would like to have, for that reason, access, I'm this person, and then we look to it, and you normally could get access, except if for some reason you're from a country that we think, I don't know, for what reason you could not have. Always, if possible, if you're from your country, put your LSSIP focal point and copy also. So that was a first question from the floor. Other questions? I'm looking here if there's hands being raised otherwise. And if there's hands being raised here. You cannot say that that was also so clear. Apparently it is. Good, Veronique. If none, I think I give now to Marina, and if you still have questions, you can come afterwards. Marina is now really leading you through the database, and you will see a lot of things have changed, and she will show it. It's quite an animated PowerPoint. It's with some inserted videos, and maybe, I don't think so, but maybe the people online, if you would have an issue with bandwidth, you may see it not that smooth, but anyhow it will be recorded, you will be able to see it, etc. And especially for the people here, you should be very much understanding it. Thanks for Marina. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon to all. I'm Marina, Database and IT Business Coordinator of the unit. So I will walk you through all the changes in the database. So how we reflect it in the database, everything that has been explained so far today. I divided the content of the presentation first on the SDP CP1 adaptations, then we will see how things change it in the homepage of the database, and finally other adaptations. So the content for the SDP CP1 adaptations, we're going to see the CP1 objectives, which is a new type of objectives. We're going to see as well in the implementation objective page the new dedicated SDP CP1 button, how we have linked objectives with SDP families, how we have linked objectives with services, the CHEF project checkbox, the 2021 reporting and progress status calculation, and how the new methodology is calculating the progress and the status, how we change the functionality for the overwritten percentages. Latest status has been removed, that has been already explained. And we have some special cases that we will see more in particular, as was explained already by Magnus. And finally, the DLS AF6 questionnaire. So in this cycle, we will have integrated a new type of objective. As you can see here in the objective types, we have now the CP1 objective, which is new for this edition 2021. So if we filter by objective type and we click on CP1 objectives and we apply, we wait just a bit because it's a bit slower, but now we will see that in the type of objectives, we're seeing only the CP1 objectives. But if we use the CP1 button, which was already explained by Ramon, by clicking on the new button here in the active objective tabs, we're going to see the filtering that is applied by geographical scope and technical scope. And here we see the SDP family title. We have indeed that only have CP1 type, and the progress. As you can see, there is no late anymore, but we will indeed have this later. And everything is sortable. You can click in any of the headers and it will sort alphabetically the content. If the video is a bit slow in the presentation, we have as well backup slides for that will be as well printable in the PDF version. So everything will be explained in the working instructions and the tutorial if the video doesn't go as fast as it should be or it goes slow. So no worries at all. Then we have, as I said, some objectives. The majority of the objectives are linked with directly one objective per one family. In this case, it's very straightforward. You just report on the objective and the result will be the report on the family. Every deployment milestone, as Roman explained, has one SLOA associated, and it's already embedded in the name of the SLOA itself. We have first the SLOA, and second, we have the deployment milestone, which I think is very straightforward. Nevertheless, we have some specific families, AF5, where several objectives are allocated to the same family. In this case, we have allocated one objective at service level. Each objective, is allocated at service level. What we have done in this case is the deployment milestone has the service code embedded in the title for identification and better traceability. In this case, we have PUB and its data publication service, and it's as well in the title of the SLOA, as well in the code. And if you want to retrieve the codes, we have here the list of service codes for you to see what is the meaning of each code that you will see in the deployment milestone of the SLOA. You will see what is the meaning behind, which is, as I said, normally embedded in the title. Then we have the CHEF project checkbox functionality. So how this is work? We have embedded a CHEF funding checkbox per DM. So by clicking on the first, of course, in the DM, then you will click on the CHEF funding checkbox, and this will allow you to select from a predefined list of projects for that specific gap. You can select normally as many projects as you wish, and if the project that you require is not there, it's very important that you select other, and then you can contact your contact person to see which project is missing and maybe can be included or not. But it's for us to have better traceability if you don't find the code or the project that you're looking for. So a bit of a summary, what changed for all the objectives this year is that we have a different use of overwritten percentage. This I will explain a bit. We don't have a status, the status late has disappeared, we don't have it anymore. What for CP1 objectives only is that we have weighted SLOAs, and the deployment milestone average is different from the simple average. Then we have weighted stakeholders per objective and family, no more lay status as well, and we have a different use of overwritten percentage. And what remains the same for you is that the reporting will start always at checkpoint level. Each checkpoint has a weight, as always, and each SLOA deployment milestone is provided with a status, either completed, ongoing, planned, not yet planned, or not applicable. So how is the reporting on progress status calculation for CP1 objectives? So this methodology applies to calculate the output for both the master plan level 3 progress report and the monitoring view. It will apply for all the states that report on CP1 objectives to be coherent with the method. The first step will be that you filled in your checkpoints, as you have always done. Then you will give a status to your SLOA or deployment milestone. But then we have a weight. Every deployment milestone, we have a different weight, a different percentage, and every stakeholder will have a different weight. And then combining these two different weightings, we will have the objective progress. And we will have 3 different progresses and 3 different status. So in this case, you see, for completed, we will have, for example, 40%, for ongoing plan, 45%, and for not yet plan, 15%. If you wonder where you will see this, it's not yet implemented in the database. We're working on the calculations behind. So there will be some sort of layer that will extract the data that you're implementing as a checkpoint level and SLOA level. It will be recalculated and it will be shown in the CP1 output that Ramon just shown as a proof of concept. It's being worked on, so I'm afraid I cannot show you how it will look like, but we hope by at least January for sure, we should have every of this implemented. Maybe you will have some questions to this and we can see this later. Then, how are we going to use the overwritten percentage functionality? Before you can use this overwritten percentage functionality as SLOA level, you were able to overwrite this, the percentage that was given by the calculation, depending on your answers, yes or no. At this moment, this functionality has been removed, and it will be exclusive for admin and at objective level. We're going to use this functionality to replace the current percentage with the completed percentage that is calculated with the new methodology. Meaning that, for example, in the example I gave you before, the completed percentage was 40%. We're going to take that 40% and we're going to override the objective level progress. Percentage. I will go a bit slower. So in this case, we could have, for example, 50%. This is the calculated LSIP percentage. But with the new methodology, it's going to be 40. We're going to overwrite the percentage at objective level. What you have to do in this case, for those states that were using the overwritten percentage functionality before, you will see that this has been removed. So you can only see now the calculated percentage by LSIP. And if you were using it, you have to check in the comments section, because sometimes in the comments you were referring to the overwritten percentage and the reason that why it was used, and you have to check and to edit the comments in those cases. Then the late status has been removed. So for everyone who had late before, it has been switched to ongoing, regardless of the implementation date. It was later, than the FOC or target date. The history is kept. So if you go to the editions 2019, 2020, it doesn't matter, late is still there, but it's removed completely for edition 2021. Again, in the comments field, maybe you were referring to the late percentage. In this case, you have to review all the comments section and update it if needed. And then we have the special cases. First, we have 3 families, which are pretty straightforward. We have family 311, family 411, and 431. In these cases, we have deployment milestones that ends with an A or a B. In these cases, those DMs are mutually exclusive, so you have to report only in one of them. If you report in A, then B has to be not applicable or the other way around, but we can see it very easy with an example. So in this case, if the first one has reported completed, the second one cannot be ongoing because it's, as I said, they are always mutually exclusive if you have an A or a B. So in this case, first one is completed, second is not applicable. This is the way to report. And then we have family 521, which is a bit more complex. In this case, we have 3 sets of SLOAs/deployment milestones. We have one for APO, for ASP, and for MET. In all of them, all the SLOAs deployment milestones have AB at the end, except the number 4, which is only B. In this case, B will apply to both sets of options, A and B. But if you report only to A, you have to report not applicable in B. And if you report to B, all of them go to you. But just to see it in a bit more of detail, in the 3 sets of stakeholder line of actions deployment milestones, the DM for B only apply if you implement your local PKI. Otherwise, it should always be not applicable. It's the same for all the stakeholders. They only apply for local PKI. So if you are implementing local PKI, the status has to be planned, ongoing, completed, etc. But if you're not applying, you're not implementing, your local PKI, It has to be set as not applicable. We cannot implement, we cannot put ongoing, planned, completed. If you are not implementing, your local PKI, it has to be set as not applicable. And I think it was very clear explained as well by Magnus this morning, but just to give you a visual example. And then we have the DLS AF6 questionnaire that Ramon just explained. So here I have a small video for you to see how it works. It will be embedded in the main menu in the upper part. You have to select to make sure that you're selecting your state for reporting. And it's pretty straightforward. We have a different type of questions. Some questions have a drop-down menu where you can find other yes, no, partially, etc. Some questions are related to ACCs. In these questions, normally you are going to be able to select the ACC that are defining your geographical scope as a country. It's very easy. You always have to add or delete the ACC. Some questions are with a checkbox, but you have to make sure that you read the question very well, because some answers are also mutually exclusive. You cannot answer to all of them. And sometimes we have a free text. At this moment, I think the DLS questionnaire is not visible for any of you because we're just implementing some final refinement, but it should be available in the live environment for all of you to access it normally end of this week or beginning of next one. And as I said, we said already, it's going to be pre-filled with the latest information we have. Then we have the homepage. Welcome to the LSSIP Plus. And here we're going to see, which normally have every year, we have change of edition. We have the highlights for your state, useful links, how to download the DB Quick Guide. We have updated the main menu with the standalone additional questionnaires for this year, which we already set is surveillance, the DLS, and CESAR solution. And we have updated the workflow that Veronique already showed you on her presentation. So this is mainly the changes you're going to see on the homepage. And I start with the change of edition. So normally by default, you should always see the edition for year 2021. Nevertheless, if you don't see it, please select 2021 just to make sure that you report on the correct edition. And of course, to access any history, you have to access through the year as well. You can access any of the previous years that we have in the LSSIP. Then highlights for your state. So as you know, this is the counter that we use to tell you how many objectives are not yet stable, how many objectives are not yet allocated, etc. So we have updated this section, adding the SDP family is not stabilized. Wait, sorry. How can I go? Yeah. And the SDP family is not allocated. You have to take into account that the families, the number under the SDP family is not stabilized and not allocated are normally embedded in the objectives, because as I said, every objective is allocated to one family or several objectives are allocated to one family. So normally the number of SDP families not stabilized is included in the objectives not stabilized. In this case, you have 57. It doesn't mean you have 77. And as always, the open warnings and open change requests are hyperlinks that takes you directly to the warning list and to the change request list. So coming to highlights for your states, I know some of you already noticed the high level of warnings we have for this year, so no worries. Main reason is because we have so many new objectives that we have, the warnings are triggered by the missing data at all levels of the objective. So I have an example here of 1,700. I would say please don't pay much attention to it and start reporting on the new objectives, and you will see how the amount of warnings will decrease automatically. So not to panic on this, but just to reassure you that it's okay, it's normal. Then we have the useful links. As you know, in the homepage, we have the useful links. And of course, this year, we have to update it in this edition 2021 with the social deployment program link and the Commission implementing regulation regarding CP1. So very straightforward, an update on the links. Then how to download the DB Quick Guide. So all the information I'm showing here will be updated soon in the DB Quick Guide. It's very easy to download. You will click there and you will just download the PDF. It's not yet ready with the latest information, but it should be at the end of the week. Sorry, I apologize because I normally tend to speak very fast, but I hope it's it's clear enough for all of you. I try to slow down, but then I accelerate again. I don't realize. And then the updates on the main menu. So as I said, we have included 3 new standalone reporting questionnaires, the surveillance, the DLS, and the CESAR solutions. Here you don't see yet the CESAR solutions. If you go on live, you will see the CESAR solutions, but you don't see the DLS. I will reassure you, all of them will be there normally by the end of the week or beginning of next week. And normally they will be fully pre-filled with information available up to now by the end of November. As you know, before you were normally filled in this data in the template, and I guess normally it was done after the database was filled, so it will be even sooner available to you guys to report. And then we have the updated LSIP SDP workflow. It's as well embedded in the homepage. I'm not gonna spend much time on it because Veronica already went through it. But I wanted to show you a small video regarding all the changes. So here, don't worry if you don't spot the plus, because I'm sure you is there now. So welcome to the LSIP Plus database. As I said, we have the change of edition. Then we have the highlights for your state, open warnings being a hyperlink, change request being a hyperlink. Then we have the useful links just down below. We have all the links and the new links that we just updated with SDP. The disclaimer, it's very important that all of you use Firefox. It's the only browser where we can really ensure the correct behavior of the tool. Then we have the download the quick guide, and in the upper menu, the new standalone questionnaires and the workflow. So everything is here in the new homepage. I hope it's clear enough. And then I will go to the last part, which is other adaptations. So here we have added a new column in the implementation date of the main objective page for better traceability. We have a stable the check by default for the completed objectives. I will explain a bit better this part. Then we have added a target column as well we have updated the target column, the change request. And as I will go a bit deeper in the surveillance questionnaire, the CESAR solution and the warnings update. So in the main page, now we have the implementation date set by the stakeholder. Before we didn't have it, and we thought it was nice to have it as well as a first site for you to see when is your implementation date. Very simple. And here we decided this cycle to pre-stable, let's say, all the completed objectives. Nevertheless, some of these completed objectives, you still have to review them because, as it was already explained this morning, we have added or modified SLOAs. So it's best that you, as Octavian always says, review all the objectives by default. But just to make your life a bit easier, we pre-stable some of them. Then we have changed the target column. We have updated the target column in the change request because before you could not see where the change request was exactly created. So now it's showing you the objective and the family when applicable, and the stakeholder and the SLOA and DM when applicable. So it's easier to see where the change request is created for you. And then we have the surveillance questionnaire. In this questionnaire, we are also going to implement a few changes that were requested by our surveillance colleagues. So you will see some changes on it, but just to give you a bit of guidance how it works. First, of course, you have to select your state. Well, first you click on the surveillance questionnaire on the upper menu, then you will select your state. And in the surveillance project table, it's very important, very, very important that you add a new project, because you don't see the empty project table by default. So maybe you would think what it is. You have to always click on add. And you can add as many projects as you want. So you can click 10 times in the surveillance project. It will create 10 times the table for your different projects and surveillance. Then we have the first table. All the tables in the surveillance annex are pretty much straightforward. You will click on edit and you will be able to edit the table. Then we have the sensors table. It's very important for this table that is only edited by numbers. The field is defined in a way that only numbers can be entered because it's just to give, so you only have to give the information on the number of sensors you have. If you edit it with something else, it's not going to be saved. So just to make sure, it's not that it's not working, it's that you always have to insert numbers on this one. And then we have the data usage tables. And again, those are pretty straightforward. Just click on edit and you're going to be able to modify the data. And then we have the CESAR solution questionnaire. On this one, I'm afraid I don't have the image for you because it was updated very late yesterday and now it's on live. It's very easy to use, it's very user-friendly, and nevertheless, it will be updated on the work instructions and the database quick guide. So if you have any questions regarding how to fill in the CESAR solution table, you can just consult the guidance we have, or you can just contact your contact person and they will guide you through the process. But as I said, very, very easy to fill in. And last but not least, we have the warnings. All the warnings have been updated following the new methodology. So now we're not only referring to objectives, we're referring to families, we're not only referring to SLOAs, but referring to deployment milestones as well. So the full list of warnings is updated, and you can find it in the SharePoint as well. And there is here a direct link to the SharePoint if some people were also wondering where to click. So the summary, in this edition, as I say, we have many changes, and of course the database has to reflect all of them. Most of them are to ensure that the CP1 SDP monitoring is done for SDM. Others are made for you to make the tool even more user-friendly. And some of them, as I said, has been implemented very recently. We were just doing the last deployment on live yesterday evening, and I think some of the refinement will come, as I said, either this week or next week. The analytics module, for example, the CP1 SDP output that Ramon was showing you, the CESAR solution, this one was implemented yesterday, which was a good news. And don't panic, we have extensive guidance for you. We have the LSSIP working instructions, as I said. We have the tutorial quick guide that will be updated this week, and you can, as I explained, you can download it in the main page. You have the LC support address, the bilateral meetings, and of course you can contact your CP. And I hope that's clear enough. Sorry if I was again too fast. I will work on that. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Marina. Well, it was indeed very quick, but I can say it was at the same speed of the development we had to do the last 4 or 5 months. It was really many meetings. Ramon knows it. There was a lot of totally valid requests. You see all the modifications we had to do. So it was a tough time. And as you see, there was still something being developed yesterday. A few of the items, I think we have now 3 questionnaires in there. The AF5 DLS one has been pre-populated, but the surveillance one has not yet been pre-populated, difficult words, because we only got this morning even from the colleagues, okay, these are the final questions that I had to retweak something. And the third one is CESAR solutions. Also, this has been updated very recently. It was working against the clock, but I think we made it. The database is ready. As I say, a few pre-fills still to be done from our side, but it's really ready to be used from your side. And the only task is simply to reduce your warnings from 1800 to 0 as of, when is it, early February, which is something which can work out. It's not one warning. You change something, you update it, and you have 10, 20 warnings less, of course. But questions from, I have one question here, and I will say to everybody, I'll just quote, thanks to EUROCONTROL SDM teams for the great work. Question, thanks Thierry for that. Questions, were reports adapted as well to integrate all changes? First one. Second, are questionnaires available in flat format as well? And thirdly, consultations made internally to stakeholders to get data, don't use the database. So I think his first one, he really wants to know if the reports are adapted and if questionnaires are available in an outcome format, so you don't have to work everybody on the database.
So yes, of course, the reports have been adapted to the new things, let's say inserted in the database. Nevertheless, we're working as well on a new report that will extract as well the SDP and CP1 data, particularly. But the current reports, high-level report and detailed report, were adapted and are being as well adapted for you to be able to extract as well the CP1 data. The second one was the questionnaire. So. There is always, for the 3 set of questionnaires, you can as well download normally an RTF format. If you prefer to fill in the RTF report, that's okay, but we really encourage to have it on the database because this way we have better traceability and we will keep history in an easier way, I think. But they have the reports if they prefer to pre-filled, and then we can always then put the information back in the database.
So the fact is, indeed, we know that still there's some ways that you want to work with your colleagues without a database. We made it like that so that the reports are adapted, but at the very end, somebody will have to enter the information again in the database. We don't have any possibility to get a filled-in report back into it, but it could be something for next year and then the next version of the new database. You never know. More questions on the tool. Bart.
Thank you. Very practical. In one of the slides, the SWIMP AKI was given as an example. Multiple stakeholders had to report. Now, in our case of SKIES, we are both ATS provider, AIS provider, and MED provider. And probably we will implement the same solution for all three type of providers. So I was wondering, do we have to copy the information for each one of them, or can we just, for AIS and MED, for example, make a reference to similar as for the ATS? Just a practical question.
I'm afraid for the extraction of the information and analytics, you have to report on all the same information on the three sets of SLOAs and deployment milestones.
But maybe the text, if you have a lot of text, you could refer in this one to that one. For text, I would say just see that objective that you could do, but for the percentage and all that, you'll have to put the correct percentages. Now, if it's the text, I assume if you have a text and you refer to the next one, see objective inf 10 and you copy it like that. I think that's okay. Okay. Practical question indeed. Other questions?
Thank you. It's in fact very low practical. In my organization, I don't have the luxury of choosing my own browser, and we don't use Firefox. And it was told that it runs on Firefox, so I'm out.
Sorry, which browser did you say you have?
I didn't.
Which browser do you have, may I ask?
I use Chrome.
Okay.
It's not me using Chrome, it's my organization using Chrome.
So I didn't, okay, we don't have this in the disclaimer because it's not 100% supported, but we can say that Chrome works 99% good with the database. Actually, Chrome would be like the next one that will be in the disclaimer, but we cannot put that because it's not 100%. It's more the others browsers that are not really well working, and some parts are not even shown in the database, or some objectives are not shown. But Firefox and Chrome, even though it's not in the disclaimer, I would say both are very good. Yeah. So I hope problem solved.
More questions, practical or other ones? None, and none from the audience, nothing in the... And I see somebody who said, I used Chrome last year and it seemed fine. It seemed fine. Yes, indeed. And if, okay, so like you say, 99, and you don't know what the percentage is, of course. Right, it's 15:15. We were foreseen. Well, okay, we're back on schedule. Okay. I shouldn't say that. Let's have the last break of the moment. So let's reconvene. Let's say 15:35. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you very much. For everybody online or here in the room, I would propose we continue. Octavian. Okay, thanks. So we still have a bit less than an hour to finish. We have three presentations, and my wrap-up wouldn't take long. We still have a few presentations that are more for information only. NetSys, how it relates with LSSIP. ASBU is the same like Octavian. What do we do with the data? I'll lead you through the expert group, how we want this forum, and it's who is in there and what it is. And then I'll do a small wrap-up, and I think we can say that we will finish 4:30 or probably 5 or 10 minutes earlier. We have a few people left here in the room. No, not left. A few people have left. We have many people who are still here. English, difficult. But a few people had to take a plane. We still have many people online, so we continue. I give the floor to Alexandra. She will lead you through NetSys, which, by the way, has also had their kickoff event this morning, same moment. So if that is not hand in hand, I don't know. Over to you.
Good afternoon. I hope you are all refreshed after your third break for today and close to an end. So I will take you today through the NetSys reporting lessons learned and next cycle. Over here, for a short outline, we will introduce you the NetSys reporting mechanism, user management, the mapping that we are having with the elements, objective elements of the master plan level 3, with the NetSys ATM system functionality, a bit of on the tool coherence and synergy and enhancements, and the next step from our side. First of all, we would like to refresh your memory for those who know about and for those who are a newcomer, what is NetSys? The NetSys represents the network system coordination and synchronization and is a subgroup under the network operations team. It's a direct channel between EUROCONTROL and its operational stakeholders for network and local ATM system evolutions, upgrades, coordinated and synchronized implementation. And it also addresses the implementation of future operation concepts at network and local level as defined in the Network Strategy Plan, the European ATM Master Plan, and the ICAO GAMP. Moving forward, as Dani just mentioned, we are having some elements in common with the LSSIP monitoring cycle. So to start with is the kickoff event. The reporting cycle goes in tandem. As you will see further on in our presentation that we have more than this in common. The database is going to be frozen on the 28th of February. Up to here, we share some common elements, whereas the closure of the NetSys reporting cycle is on the 8th of April, or 8th of March, where we have only 1 week for a data validation period. Over here to familiarize you with the NetSys tools contribution profile. We are referring to NSAP's operational exports, CFSPs, and we have, of course, community with the NetSys Secretariat, the implementation monitoring support team, and our system software developers. That leads up to now to a community of 140 users. We are referring to 40 NSAPs. Currently, we are having, with access of read-write, 77 NetSys focal points and 43 LSSIP focal points. Moving forward, I just want to emphasize what is the working in parallel of and the elements in common between the LSSIP focal point and the NetSys focal point. So over here, you will see that the LSSIP focal point submits a data entry into the LSSIP database. So does the NetSys focal point for the NetSys database. Over here, we know that the LSSIP, there's a data transfer for fully matching topics for the NetSys database from the LSSIP. Therefore, there's a coordination between these two focal points. The LSSIP focal point will have read-only access to the NetSys database, and the NetSys focal point will also have only a read-only access to its database. In order to understand more what we are talking over here, we will go deep dive into what is a full and a partial matching. Several NetSys ATM functionalities are covered by the ATM Master Plan monitoring elements. Therefore, as you see, there is an unidirectional synchronization from the LSSIP database to the NetSys database. So through this cooperation, it's implemented by a set of aggregation and conversion algorithms. It will allow mutual improvement of the quality and the implementation data at the same time, and it avoids any double reporting issues. For this year, the 2021 edition, Action, which is already integrated in both databases, we have a subset of 15 implementation objective stakeholder lines of action, which provide information at the full level of granularity required by NetSys. Therefore, the monitoring progress integrated by the LSSIP focal point for the aforementioned SLOAs will be pushed directly to the NetSys database. And here you will see the objective designators, the stakeholder lines of action, and the topics. What do we see in the last year and in the current year? We see an evolution. Therefore, we see a unified monitoring approach through the matching topics and the process of LSSIP and NetSys. Last year, we only had 7 fully matching topics and 45 partial matching topics. And this year, we are already positively seeing 15 fully matching topics with 37 partial topics. So it's on a positive note. Here, I wanted to familiarize you with what do you see once you access the LSSIP database. So on the active objectives, the NetSys focal point will be able to access the LSSIP database with read-only credential. Therefore, a summary of the current mappings is seen under the active objective tabs. If you will be more curious about it, at the level of the fully matching SLOA, the NetSys tab will be displayed with the corresponding topic ID. So you just have to click it and it will directly take you to the NetSys database. Over here, just to familiarize you, this is the summary page of the NetSys reporting tool. And you will see on the right corner the SLOAs and the matching criteria. If you have any question marks for which topic ID is fully derived from the LSSIP database, there you will go through it and the information cannot be editable, as this message notifies you. In order for a tool coherence and synergy, for this year we are encouraging our stakeholders to use a change request functionality in order to avoid any miscommunication between parties. Therefore, if you can just click on the CR request button and initiate the change request, which will be reviewed by the NetSys Secretariat, by us, and of course the focal point of each state. Therefore, as an upgrade of the tool, what we tried to do for this year's edition, we have upgraded to a stakeholder progress, and topic planning view in our analytics. But for the moment, this functionality is only available for the admins. Therefore, if you would like to have a better overview of what your NSAP is performing in terms of our reporting tool, you can address us an email and we can assist you in this. And as a last enhancement, we also integrated the changelog functionality, which will help us monitor what every user is doing in our tool. And that will be everything. As a next step, we will be sharing with you the NetSys database tutorial and the NetSys monitoring instructions. Over here, you have implementation monitoring support address that you have seen most probably a couple of times from our side, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Alexandra. So the aim of this briefing was simply to show you that there is another mechanism that is tied with LSSIP. In the past, you had 7 of SLOAs that your colleague from NetSys would have taken like that. Now there's, what is it, 15?
15.
15, which are found totally matching. And you see also that tool, the NetSys tool, has taken some of the issues that we had last year, some of the gadgets that we put in there. Anyhow, that's a separate tool, and we hope that hopefully next year or so we integrate everything in one tool, but again, it would be separate. It's other colleagues who report at a slightly different level. But again, there's overlaps, and we ensure also for that, no double reporting. So once you report, and it's being used for the other ones. And just occasionally this time, it was kicked off at the same moment, which is for the persons themselves a bit too busy. So next year we know that their kickoff for NetSys is the 20th of October. So you know that next year the kickoff for LSSIP will not be the 20th of October. That's the easy one. Questions from the floor or from here or online or from here on NetSys? Nothing, nada.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Alexandra. And then the second report that we make out of the LSSIP, and again, next year, the monitoring view will be also coming from that. But of course, ICAO and some interesting feedback, not from Sven Halle, who is here from ICAO, but from Goran, who has been leading that work as EUROCONTROL was contributing to ICAO Paris for that work. Over to you, Goran.
Thank you, Danny. I know for most of you, well, for all of you, this day was rather long, so I will try to keep it as short as possible. My presentation will have around 15 slides. My name is Goran Pavlovic, and since last year, I am coordinating activities related to ASBU monitoring within EUROCONTROL planning and support team. So in my presentation, you will have a chance to see a bit of a background of why we do the ASBU monitoring within the European region and how we did it so far. I will mention about the data sources and the scope of the report. And then I will brief you about some recent changes that we had in this process due to the new edition of the GAMP that was endorsed in 2019. So I will explain you how we are going to continue this activity in the future, and you will have a chance to see the
progress done for the creation of the latest edition of the report, which is due by November this year. So for those of you who are not aware, so what is the ASBU Implementation Monitoring Report? It is the key document used for the European Aviation Systems Planning Group to analyze ASBU implementation within the European region. So I know there are many abbreviations used, and ESPG is in fact the successor of the former European Air Navigation Planning Group, which was since 2019 merged together with the Regional Aviation Safety Group in a common format, which is now called EASPG. We prepared this report together with European Net Office, and we have Sven Halle today, who is a representative of ICAO, and we do this activity already for 6 years. Below in the bottom left corner, you can see the 6 reports which were made so far. The first one was made in 2015 for the reference period 2014. And the previous 6 reports that we made were all based on GAMP 4th and 5th edition. So most of them actually on the GAMP 5th edition. And these reports were based on ASBU modules. As I said, in October 2019, by the 40th, at the 40th ICAO Assembly, the new Global Air Navigation Plan was endorsed, 6th edition, which brought quite some changes, and that's why the new report is going to be more detailed. It is due by mid-November 2021, so you will soon have it on our website. And you can access the previous 2019 report on our website even now. This is the second report that we do in our team, and although Octavian claims that the level 3 one is the best, well, the competition for that title will be rather tough, and I will now explain you why. Well, first thing that I'm proud of is that apart from the LSSIP mechanism that we use to collect data for the purpose of this report, we also collect data from the 9 states that are not reporting via LSSIP, and we also use some additional data sources. And we do all of that to prevent double reporting from your side and to minimize your effort when it comes to reporting. So in the map on the right, you can see the scope of this report. So we are quite proud to for this report to be one of the rare places where you can actually see the data for states that are not really member of EUROCONTROL or that are less, let's say, present in the planning and the activities that you commonly see in EUROCONTROL. So as I mentioned, the 6th edition of the GAMP was endorsed in 2019. There are quite some changes brought by it. I will mention only a few that are relevant for the ASBU monitoring report. First of all, it introduced the basic building blocks, and these basic building blocks are not the evolutionary steps. They are just describing what is the baseline, so where we start from, so what are the main set of services and functionalities that we need to have in order to have the civil aviation running, right? So when it comes to ATM modernization, we have ASBU threats. So these are the focus areas, let's say, of the functionalities that have to be implemented. And they are logically grouped into some categories. So you have operational threats, you have information threats, mainly SWIM, you have technology threats, and so on. What is the main change brought by the 6th edition of the Global Air Navigation Plan are the ASBU elements. And these are the specific operational changes that the stakeholders need to implement in order to modernize the ATM system in a harmonized way. And what is really good news is that these ASBU elements, as now described in the GAMP, are matching quite a lot in terms of granularity with our master plan level 3 objectives. So it eases our work on the reporting, and it's in terms of the substance in the report, it is easier to read and the information is more correct. You can see all the details about the GAMP on the newly published GAMP portal. So it is now available online, all the information, the description of the different elements, and so on. This is just a chart showing you the main concepts of the Global Air Navigation Plan. So you see that within each thread, there is a 5-year period when the certain groups of elements need to be implemented, and they represent the modules that used to be monitored before. Now we monitor in fact, the blue and yellow boxes that you can see here. So it is more detailed than ever. In terms of the impact that this new edition of the GAMP had, this is just for let's say visual reference. So we moved from 18 ASBU modules that we monitored before in block 0. Now we will monitor a lot more elements, both for block 0 and block 1. And you will see later there are a total of 114 of them in block 0 and block 1. So in terms of reporting, this was quite a big change that we had to address. This is just a short slide to explain you the TBO and SWIM concepts that were introduced. So TBO and SWIM are not, of course, the specific operational changes that you need to implement. They are more of a concept. So TBO, the main goal is to have the commonly shared 4D trajectory for all the stakeholders. And to do that, it's not a specific functionality that you need to implement. It is linked to all other elements like ACDM, like PBN, like AMAN and DMAN, etc. So by implementing these elements, you in fact make this concept a reality. Same stands for SWIM. So it is a group. It's a concept that allows information exchange for various applications, right? And these various applications are covered by other threads and elements in the GAMP. So in case you wonder why you don't see TBO and SWIM as a separate in the report, this is the reason. And as explained by our colleague before, SWIM will really be covered in detail in our level 3 plan, only starting from this year. So later on in the years to come, it will also be transposed in the ICAO ASBU monitoring report when the time comes. So how we address these changes in the GAMP? At the ESPG second meeting in December last year, there was a decision to establish the European Region GAMP Transition Project Team and there was an invitation to state representatives to participate in that group. You can see in the table the main terms, well, you can see the terms of reference and the main goals and tasks of this group. So basically the group reviewed in detail the new version of the GAMP, and the main task was to identify the set of elements that will be further monitored as part of the ASBU monitoring within the European region. And also to propose, of course, these changes to the ESPG for written approval. So we had participants from many states. Actually, some of you also participated in that group, and probably more people who joined us online today. So we had representatives from many states. We had representatives from ICAO and the FAA as well in the group. There were several virtual meetings that took place between February and April this year. And as a result of the group, we have decided that out of these 114 elements present in the GAMP, we will monitor. For now, 87 elements will be included in the ASBU monitoring process. 27 elements will not be monitored. And the main reason for this is that these functionalities are either related to airborne operations, so actually implemented by airspace users, or they are implemented in a specific operational environments like oceanic airspace. So, which is why we will not include them in the ASBU monitoring report. We also reviewed the data sources, as I said, because of in granularity and complexity of the elements to be reported, we had to analyze potential additional data sources to be used. So now we use more data sources than ever to produce the report, which also improves the quality. This is a slide where you can visually see the impact of these decisions. So we have 114 elements, 87 will be monitored. And now for this year, so for reference period, for reference year 2020, we will be able to cover around 70 elements in the report. 56 of them are already covered by level 3 plan, and for another 15, we will manage to find data in the PBN map tool. We will get, as usual, the data from the meteorology group, from ICAO, from the surveillance annex, from LSSIP, etc. And all that to be really as precise as possible when reporting progress. For 16 elements, currently we do not have data yet, but as you know, our level 3 plan evolves over the years, and potentially new elements will be covered in the years to come. In fact, already next year, for reference period 2021, we will have some new elements that are brought by CP1 regulation. So this will also feed the ASBO monitoring. About the latest monitoring report, actually the work is now in progress. As I said, the report is due by 15th of November, so by mid-November, you will have a chance to see it. It will look more or less like the level 3 report. There will be one pager for each of the elements to be monitored. The questionnaires to non-ICAC states were sent in June this year, and we received answers from 7 out of 9 non-LSSIP states. In fact, due to a slightly changed questionnaire, we really received quite detailed data for some elements. For example, I will just mention the SBUS and GBUS approaches. We received data from Russian Federation for 30 to 50 airports, etc. So really, the content-wise, the report will be hugely improved. And also, it is a very good chance to see what are the specificities of ATM modernization in these states. There is still room for improvement, of course, and we hope that we will have a chance to meet the representatives from these states also faced, especially to cover better the network-related elements in the next report. And as you know, within the NM area of responsibility, it's pretty harmonized and straightforward. However, in the non-ICAC states that are not within the NM area of responsibility, all the network-related elements that we need to monitor have to be tackled differently, and we really hope we will improve on that as well. That's it from my side. Just a short reminder to everyone, as you know, in the database, we have a separate tab for additional ICAO objectives, and this is mainly due to the fact that they are linked to corresponding ASBO elements. So we still need to collect data on these objectives, and you will see them in the additional ICAO tab. Compared to last LSSIP cycle, we have 2 new objectives in that tab, which is STCA for TMAs and the ADQ. So don't forget to, for most of the states within the LSSIP, let's say, community, these objectives are already implemented, but there are few states that are still pending, and especially the STCA for TMAs. ADQ, of course, is pending the update of the regulation. So, of course, the objective will remain in the database, and please have a look and update the information accordingly. So that's it. At the end, I would just like to thank my colleagues as well, to Alexandra, Javier, and Octavian, who are also providing great support to this report, and we hope we will have the new report by mid-November. Well, I'm sure we will have it, in fact. Any questions?
Thank you, Goran. Just to remind to the audience, this is an example since 6 years, now the 7th year, that an existing process was reused, and so the state authorities do not have to report twice. The information we get from you is reused for ICAO, and now we do the same for the colleagues of SDM. It's really to take 1 and 1 is then 3 or is even more. Any comments from the audience? Questions? Sven?
Yeah, thank you, Danny. Just to really reiterate on that point, when the global air navigation plan was introduced with the assembly resolution had an obligation on the states to report on an annual basis the status of GAMP implementation. And this is where we teamed up, because it was clear for us that we don't want to have double burden on the states, that for every ERSPG meeting they would have to send in the data. So for 6 years now, or for 7 years now, we have this excellent cooperation, and I have to really point out that we are the only region in the world that is actually doing that. And it's always showcased at the ICAO Global Fora, the Air Navigation Commission. Even at one point in time when we had the DG meeting, we had even the DG of EUROCONTROL tweeting about the report. I think this is something that is quite a high bar to achieve with a report that only puts together what has been implemented so far. So big thanks, and also big thanks from all the states. You've seen now we have this year not been that successful, because we didn't get all the states in the region. Clearly have to say language is an issue. We have to communicate in Russian with our states from the eastern part of the region, as well as we have to do that in French with the 3 Maghreb states that we have in our accreditation area. And it's complicated if you cannot get there, because previously we were able to go there for 2-3 days, small workshops, meet all the stakeholders, ask or answer all of their questions and get the data back in our suitcases back home. This was with COVID not possible this year, but I hope that we can for the next year see again an even better report with even again the same numbers that we had with all 55 states in the region reporting. But I think the quality that we have seen, and also the efforts that have been done to bring in the transition into the new version of the GAMP now, also into the new version of the ASPO report, is extraordinary. So thanks for EUROCONTROL and all the team for that support.
Thank you for the kind words, Sven. And just if it's about the language, we have even a person in our team who can speak Russian. So Russian, French, English, we can deal with that. Chinese, etc., is still an issue to work on. Any comments from the audience and from here? If none, okay. Thanks a lot, Goran.
Thank you, everyone. So see you next time.
It's me, and I also may have a briefing. Just one thing, it's about the expert group. So we have the expert group. Most of you, or a number of you, know that it's our sounding board for anything like LSSIP. And we typically have 3 meetings. We have some intermediate ones also, but we typically have something for setting up the new cycle. For example, the discussion about, I think, no level 2 was also initiated somewhere from there, but we review satisfaction survey, which, by the way, will be sent to all of you online and here in, in 15 minutes, to ask you to fill in the first one, satisfaction of the meeting, but then a bit later, I think, is it not in April, we will send you something, how was the whole cycle, what are the things we learned from that, because that is something we discuss with a few of your colleagues, to see the review of satisfaction and to see already what is being changed in the cycle. Then we have a dry run that we did 2 weeks ago with a few of you. It was a dry run of, let's say, something like 2 hours, and I still remember one of the colleagues who could not attend now saying, oops, that's a lot of information indeed, how will you pass it on? So even with that, we even thought, and we reshuffled a number of the items. They support us also to review the template, the working instructions. Andrea, you gave very few points, but the working instructions, I remember one that we really found out, and other topics. There's a midterm meeting also to check on how it progresses, but that's basically a small group. I show who it is. It's the people who are in the group, and they help us like that. They are sort of a sounding board. For UK, we have some changes. I think Craig and Marcos is leaving up to November. Migle is now coming into it. But you see, we have people from the ANSPs. We have one from airports. We have a military. We have some regulatory authorities. But my plea would be, if you want to join it, it's very little effort, and you would say you really, together with the captains, you're really influencing the mechanism. So then you don't have to wait until end of October to see what's new. You have already a sneak preview before, you can even influence it. So that is what I want to say. Okay, and if you want to join us, there's one address, there's me, there's Veronique, there's LSSIP support, or you speak with me later, etc. Where you say, if you want to join, feel free, and we would accommodate you, because maybe somebody else would then like to leave or would like to stay, and if we have 20 people, the better it is. Comment on the expert group. That's always the last briefing before we finish. Nobody in the audience. So maybe now the next one, I think I prepared a slide for the wrap-up, but that's it. That's I thought about it, but I prepared something to read out. Yeah, that's the point is, of course, you can still change it, but we made blocks, 4 blocks of PowerPoints, and I realized I had to add something. We were already starting the 4th block. Just to wrap up from my side. Remember in the beginning I mentioned 3 topics that I wanted everybody to be aware of. First of all, SDM and EUROCONTROL, we really have joined forces. There's no more double reporting, and that continues because it's only the start of it. Now together we look at the data, especially February will be very busy. They help us also with pre-filling and we help them. So we continuously, every day, we continuously continue to work. The second thing is that I wanted you to know that there's many modifications, especially in the tool, but also in the process, also in the team. That's regular one in the plan, etc., that you're aware of it. And the third thing I said, if you still have questions, you know, there's a bilateral, you know, there's me, there's a contact person. I just checked, we had 13 questions, so there was a few questions, could have been more, could have been less, but there was a few items being asked. So the 3 options, I hope you really, at the beginning, it came through, cooperation, a lot of changes, and if there's still something, we have guidance, etc. Overall, I thank everybody who has been listening and even online. We still have more than 100 online who were the whole day with us. Thanks to the people here. It's good to see people in Europa and to be able to do some web networking. I especially thank the SDM colleagues and especially Ramon for being with us, for helping us through all that. And finally, the whole team behind me, they have been working extensively, very busy the last months, also in the leave periods, and I'm very grateful for all that and for the further work, because as of this evening, I'm not a contact person. I don't have to do bilateral. They still have to do bilaterals tomorrow or the next days, but we all keep being busy. I hope it was an interesting event, and if no more questions, I thank all of you. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.